Just one. What now, Pepe? Seems like it's streaming on my end, but oh, good. Oh, I see you posted. Thank you very much. Okay, great. Okay. What else? ELOX, ELOX. Actually, let me get the NU in first. NU is an earnings play. NU, I think it had a nice little gap too. Yeah, look at the NU. It's got a pretty interesting little gap going here. Big float, two billion in the float. And let's see what the next high on NU is. 510. So it's got a little bit of room. 510 is the next high in the weekly chart for NU. And this is an earnings play. ELOX, ELOX, ELOX is an earnings play. Sorry, it is not an earnings play. Hmm, we have May 11th. EPS misses to well, if it's not an official earnings play, we have May 11th, which of course would have been last week, but it looks like I'm also getting information that they missed on the Q1. It had a tremendous run after hours yesterday. Wow, what a run after hours. Another low float. Mike's MICS. Financing was canceled. MICS, the financing was canceled. Hence the pop-up. MICS. The Singing Machine announces termination of its at-the-market equity program. So there is your reason for this one to pop up. Oh, this is the one with the phase 3 in Pakistan. YS, I think is a China stock. Yep, China stock. YS gapped up. Phase 3 in Pakistan. Rabies vaccine secures phase 3 clinical trial approval in Pakistan. Okay, so that's the pretty messy looking on the 15 in the pre-market though. Big gaps up, pops down. NBTX, MBTX, MBTX. This is, yeah, so it had a big pop up to 670. It's pulled back quite a bit. And I don't see any specific reason. Yeah, I don't, oh, well, should buy it. Headquartered, I should have visited them in Paris if I had known, see if they really exist. X4. Should buy that company. I should buy some stock just because. XFLR announces the 60. Yeah, so this is another one that typically when a company announces a private placement, $65 million. How many shares they have in the float? What? This can't be. 42 million shares, $65 million private placement, and they only have 88 million in the float right now. Well, I can't dive into this, but it seems like a huge private placement with that float, but the remarkable thing is that the stock is moving higher. So I can't figure that one out. Thank you, Div. Yes, yes, yes. APLD, is it holding its gap? Yes, it is. APLD, higher. This is an AI play. Yeah. Recently launched its AI cloud service, has secured its first major AI customer. All right. Wow. Okay. An agreement. If this is, totally true, 180 million over 2 years. It seems like a pretty big deal for this company, of course, with only 53 million in the float. I did actually see that AI had a massive pop yesterday. AI had a massive. By the way, I didn't look at the market at all. I just, loaded everything this morning, and I happened to see this big giant green candle for AI yesterday. And I do also notice that, what was it, a price target of 23? Well, it's already there by Piper Sandler, so it's already there. There was one that had a big price target, Bank of America. I can't remember which one. I don't have it in my notes. I think I posted it in the room, Bank of America. Bank of America had a 42 price target on some stock. You might have to scroll up in the stocks only. Perhaps it's got to be up there. I know I posted something in the room, but I forgot to write it down. Real mentioned HZNP. Yeah, this could be super interesting. HZNP, ZNP. Um, Following a report that the FTC is expected to file a complaint as early as today to block Amgen's deal to buy the company. So that is a major deal, obviously. Down 17%. These poor people up here, out of nowhere, thinking I guess the deal's done. $112, waking up to 92 this morning. And where could this go? So I mean, there's a super gap underneath still. I mean, this is at 92.43, the next low on the weekly chart. So it took that out 90. I don't know what's going on with this weekly chart candle, this red. Anyway, 92.51. So the next low is way down here at $77, guys. So if this gains even more traction, I know it's down 17% now, but I'm assuming this popped up here from the $77 level because of the rumor that, well, I don't think it was a rumor. Amgen wanted to buy them. You mentioned ONON. ONON is an earnings play. ONON is an earnings play. Well, this is what I see. I mean, I see maybe some support around the 31 level. Maybe it is an earnings play. It's down 5%, 5.8%. Fairly big float, 184 million in the float. Looks like there could be some support around the 31 level. Maybe the 30.76 level. And Futu, FUTU. This could already interesting. FUTU. Oh, it has a big gap down to 36. It is. I don't really believe this topping tail or this bottoming tail. So let's look at this level more. So it got down to 36. It got back up to 40. This is all because, let me just show you what the announcement was. Company announced it will remove the Futuble app from the app stores in mainland China from May 19th. So that's coming up. So they're still in Hong Kong, of course, but all right, let me do a quick look to see what's happening with the upgrades and downgrades. I definitely want to get to the major sectors though, after being gone for, I think it was 8 trading days. So I want to see what's happening with those major sectors. Wow. Okay. So let me get these in now though, the upgrades and downgrades, or more upgrades and downgrades this morning. I see one of the cruisers, RCL, is upgraded. I'll have to take a look how those cruisers are doing. I know they were on a bit of a surge. More upgrades to go. No, I'll get the downgrades in. To say not too many downgrades. I'll get them in the main room in a second. I'm hearing SVRA, guys. Excuse me, it's hitting my gap ups. I'm hearing it, SVRA. So it must be moving. As is TGCH. I'm just seeing here, as I'm typing in, this is my gap up, and it's text to voice, so I'm hearing TCJH, and SVRA. They're on the move. Okay, let me get these in now in the main room. These are your upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Here we go. Where do I check? I check briefing.com. Okay, it's many websites out there. Of course, will give you the upgrades and downgrades. I use briefing.com because, well, they send it to me about 9:10 every morning to my email. Certainly not. It's not the. And you go to another site probably and seeing more and more, but I've been using them for quite a while now, a few years now. Good to be back, legal. All right, now well, first of all, I want to take a look at these two, TCJH, which just popped in here. See if there's any specific news that I can see. I do. So this is a China stock, top king win. China stock, low float, 6.97 million. Woo, okay, this was sort of a recent IPO, I guess. I sort of remember it. Let me just stick an alert here at 912. 912, that will be the high. Okay. See if it takes that out later. Very low, fairly low, well, very low float, 6.9 million. And how about the other one, the SVRA? SVRA on the move. Let's see what could happen here. 225, next high looking left is 233. If it can get through that, then it's got this area. So it's, you know what, to me, there's too much resistance, not that far away. But I'm really interested, just for my out of my curiosity, to see what has happened to the major sectors. What they're doing with respect to the 200-day moving average. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you see 80% in red, what does that mean? It means that 80% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. That's what that means. And we're in for a weak open. There's really, I don't really look at utilities too much, but there's really, seeing if there's any positive sector. Yeah, there's no positive sector. Positive meaning anything over 50%, that from yesterday's close. And there isn't one. But what I really want to see is where are these guys now with respect to the 200-day moving averages? So here's XLE. So this broke down just before I went on vacation. This broke down below the 200-day moving average. So it is still below. Let's take a look at retail XRT. Yeah, it's still below. And consumer staples XLP, nicely above, no jeopardy here. Healthcare XLV. Aha, look at this, approaching it. It seemed to take forever for it to finally break above it. This happened in April, early April, and tore above it, but now we're starting to approach it. Still above it, but not by much. Industrials XLI. Another one that's just sort of chopping around, but getting kind of close again. This was way up here for the longest time. This was kind of leading the charge, but still above it. Now, discretionary should be below XLY. Oh, okay, it's not below, but right at it. You can see yesterday it got right down into the 200-day, but it's just, it's barely above. Materials, XLB. Wow, another one that was way above it for the longest time. But look at this. So I see that it did creep down below it for a couple of days, broke down below it yesterday, but closed above it. So, but looking like it may want to take it out today. I'm interested in see what's happening with communications XLC. Look at this. Wow, still. Remember this looked like it was really going to start to give it up, but no, not even close. So this is well above the 200-day. And how about technology XLK? Well above it. So actually, there are only two. I mean, there are some that are really close, but there are only actually two of the major sectors that are below the 200-day. And that is energy, excuse me, energy and retail XRT. Okay, anything else creeping in here? LAZR. LAZR is on the move here. Big float, 225 million. Citigroup maintains a buy on Luminar. They lowered the price target to 18. I don't know what they had it before, but it's still well above the current price. Okay, guys, I've got to find out. I know what it was. No, no, I have to scroll up. I know that Bank of America shouldn't be too hard for me to find. It was WAL. Okay, WAL. So I did notice yesterday that the regional bank ETF had a bit of a pop. Now, when I left, I think this was my last day where maybe this was, but WAL got hammered down. And then they came out because because of a report that they were going to, I don't know, trying to sell themselves. And that was from the Financial Times. And then I think they said they were going to sue the Financial Times for a completely erroneous report. Best thing I can say is that it's held. I mean, this is where it started at 38, and then I think on this day the report came out. Maybe it was this day on the 4th. This was just before I left, but it is coming back. And again, Bank of America reinstates the buy and announces a $42 price target for WAL. And just a quick look at KRE. Look at KRE. So I guess a lot of the regional banks had a little bit of a pop. What was that Pac W doing? That was yesterday. Yeah, so KRE and Pac W look virtually the same. Pac W, yeah, thank you, Wyatt. RH, actually RH, yeah, RH was I think Buffett sold his stake. I think let me just let me see if I can find that. FHN guys on the move. FHN is on the move. FHN on the move. Come on. First to rise. Oh, okay, bank, a regional bank. Okay. Anyway. Let me just go and find. I missed you guys. I did. Let me just go to my email. All right, let me just briefly. So it's a time of the quarter again when the hedge funds with at least 100 million in assets under management disclose their holdings. So the flurry of filings gives investors a chance to see what they bought and sold during Q1, like long positions and call and put options. Those shorts aren't included in the statements. Oh, I'm just looking to see investors eyed new positions of Warren Buffett, who took new stakes, as I mentioned before, in Capital One COF and alcoholic beverage maker DEO, while divesting four other stocks, including TSM, Taiwanese chip maker TSM, and furniture retailer RH. Okay, so we got rid of his holdings in RH. What RH is doing right now. So down a bit. Not very much volume on that news that Buffett is got rid of his holdings. I don't know how much he had. I do remember when he took the position in TSM. It wasn't that long ago, but he's really soured on it since. But you know what? Really, nothing has happened. Stock holding up despite exit by Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway. It's actually as it says, investors in Asia shrugged off the rest of his stake. Good for you, Tank. Okay, now I have no idea if I'm really going to trade today. I don't want to. So a little bit lagged, and even if I weren't, being off for almost 2 weeks, not trading. I don't want to make any stupid mistakes, so I'm going to tread lightly today. But we'll see what happens. I'm just looking at see what's happening with Home Depot right now. HD earnings play disappointment. Pretty choppy in this pre-market though. And let's take a look. If it can get through that 280 mark, what's the next low? You not have that much left underneath on a percentage basis. Anyway, Billy, Bili. So China, I wonder if China overall is getting hit a bit here. Let me take a look at. Well, I see China must have had a pretty good day yesterday. I'm just looking at Billy, nice big green candle. Let me take a look at KWEB, KWEB, and check out in general what's happening with the China stocks. Yeah, so China stocks had a big move. And look at that, almost to basically to the 200-day moving average yesterday. Closed at 28.44, the 200-day moving average, 28.46. So got right to the 200-day moving average yesterday for KWEB, but slightly weakening this morning in the pre-market. 1 minute. Okay. Thank you, William. So less than a minute to the open, guys. So what I'm going to do is get rid of my pre-market layout. Get rid of this. Well, have a great trading day, everybody. And even in normal times, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Gotta let things settle down a little bit. No idea what to expect. I know my 10-day daily breakout and down, my two favorite scans. Don't know what to expect today. We're kind of right at the tail end of earnings season. I don't know what to expect from those two today. And we are now open. All right, APLD still, well, made a new market high. The pre-market high was 520. Oh, okay. There's ONON, guys. Now it just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, and this is really moving down now. ONON, earnings play. ONON is an earnings play. Swiss stock. Yeah. Again, to me, there just could be too much support, not that far away. And look what happened. It had a little pop, so it got down to $30, pop right up, almost up to well, right up to 31. That's why I don't like trading in the pre-market, just for stuff like this that happens. Okay, GDC getting closer to that. What was the area? 779, getting closer to that 779 area. But look how again, look how whippy this is. I mean, it's got, look at this, got up to 750, up right back down to 664. So be careful if you're going to, try to trade this one. MICS, cancel the financing. So that's the reason for this move. MICS, another very low float. And my first halt since back. OMH just got halted. OMH just got halted on the way down, I guess. Oh my God. It's combating the real estate companies. Okay, sort of FISBOs for sale by owner. Thank you. Retired. Yes, I did. Earnings play. NU is on the move. Big move now. The next high looking left was or is 695, so it's getting very close. And it's a big float, 2 billion in the float. That's a big move for for that float, 12%, 2 billion in the float. Neil, how to trade close half your trade. You're talking about within Interactive Brokers? I can't make a video on it. I mean, I'm not sure I quite understand your question. I mean, if I had 1,000 shares of something, I wanted to trade 500. I would just put 500 in and pick the price I want to get out and just execute the order. So I'm not 100% sure I know. There must be something more to it. You're not talking about Brokers Plus, you're talking about Interactive Brokers. But I can't do a video on it, because I'm not going to be in my account to do that. So, but I'm not sure I understand the question. It must be more to it than because it should be somewhat obvious. All you do is put how many shares you want in the quantity box. If it's half of it, just do it. So there must be something else that you're talking about. Well, I don't. I mean, maybe today. I haven't. I mean, obviously, 3 or whatever a month ago when KRE was so popular, I haven't had KRE up for a while. More, because things have reasonably settled down. I mean, the huge damage has been done on most of the stocks. Okay, king and queen. The only thing I can suggest. So you're talking about. So you subscribe to the service. You're talking about going to the dock channel bar, and then the anchored VWAP. Is that what you're talking about? King and queen. So my feeling. Okay, good. So I have a feeling it's because you're on an earlier version of Trade Ideas. I don't know if you use the latest version of Trade Ideas, you'll absolutely have the anchored VWAP. Okay. So I don't know so to check what version you've got is if you click on help and about, check the version that you have. Now I'm on, I had to go back a few, definitely 0.48 gives you it. but check the version that you've got. I'm pretty sure that's the reason. It's typically the reason. So just click on help and about, and then what version number do you have? Home Depot making a little move down, guys. Home Depot HD, 5.6.49. I thought that would be. Okay, let me just ask the question. I'll just. Hmm. So that is the beta. That's the latest beta. Okay, let me see. Okay, so you're on. Okay, you say you're on the latest beta. Let me just see what happens here. Dock channel bar. See, I'm not even sure if I'll have it because I had to go back. Oh, I've got it here. Okay. So what is happening then? When you click on, say, AVWA, Auto VWAP pinch daily as an example. So I click on RH. I know I've got it. There it is. The two lines are drawn. Interesting, by the way. Look at this. So do you at least get this? Do you at least get the scans? You get the scans, right? Okay, so when you click on RH, do you not, as an example, this is probably the top one right up here, and here's a daily chart. Do you not get those purple lines automatically drawn in? And I'll do this one, HSY, and it also, you'll see it on the weekly chart too. So I see my lines. Hopefully you can see my screen. SGen, I'll click on SGen, and these are definitely drawn in. Well, it shouldn't. Okay, but even if it doesn't, okay. I mean, I have KMB here. Okay, but even if you don't have the same, I don't know why you wouldn't, but KMB. So when I click on KMB, I do get the purple lines. If you are on the latest beta and you're not getting this, I can't help. So I think what's going to have to happen is you'll have to go to our support because if it weren't showing up for me, then I could say, oh, okay, there's something going on. But it's showing up for me, and I'm actually on 0.548. If you're on 0.59 or 449, it should be showing up. Now, the fact that KMB is showing up at the top and not RH, yeah, I wouldn't know why that is. But that is almost irrelevant. The more relevancy is why aren't the purple lines showing up? How about something else? The pullback to the IPO VWAP. BHVN, very ugly looking, but okay. And you have a green ball, right? You definitely have a green ball. You were definitely connected. Green ball in the toolbar. You're definitely connected. Other alerts are showing up in other scans. Okay, so unfortunately, King and Queen, I don't have a quick answer for you. So I'm going to have to send you to our homepage, okay? And one of the somebody might be able to, maybe do a screen running, like a running, or take over your screen to take a look at what's happening. Okay, so let me just give you the homepage link. And what you do is click on the questions and answers and click on the questions and answers when it pops up. Give them your email so they can check your account. Okay, questions and answers, and then ask and give them your email and say, hey, I have subscribed to the Anchored View app, to the Anchored View app channel, and I'm not getting it doesn't look like it's performing for me. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at what else is happening. I've missed a couple of halts, I guess. MICS halted on the way, probably on the way down. Whoa, on the way up. Yeah, let me know what happens, King and Queen. There might be something that I'm not aware of, okay? So that I could possibly help somebody in the future if they have the same sort of issue, if you don't mind. Okay, Elon Musk's daily life. Okay, well, if you have to be using Brokerage Plus, if if you're talking about a live position, if you're using Brokerage Plus, then you have to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Attach Brokerage Plus. I can give you a video. But first of all, do you have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade? And then you can see your P&L and L and all, a live P&L. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Guys, take a look at TME. TME is, I don't think they had any specific news. China stock, TME, China stock. Don't know if they had any specific news, but I was looking at this one in the pre-market. 7 looks like could be support. And Swag was halted, and is it halted? Ooh, so it, I think was halted on the, I don't know if it's halted on the way down, and then now it's popped up. Big green candle now on the SPY, guys. Wow, big green scandal. Big green candle on the SPY. Look like it actually might go even positive here. Oh, Alex, but I kept asking you, where are you, Alex? When it was, you're right, it did a bit of a reversal. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So yeah, Neil, when you say you're trading on the charts, are you talking about trading on the IB charts, Interactive Brokers charts? Because I don't do that at all. Okay, I'm looking at a few of them that hit my 10-day daily breakout. I see, I see FIO as an example, PHIO hit it at 462. So it's at 473 now. The pre-market high was 526. And this is again, FDA cleared its is IND. Okay. Okay, so if you use, okay, so you can attach, let me give you a, talking to Elon in our YouTube room. I don't know if you've seen this before. Give me a moment as I find the link. Here we are. Okay, so I put a link in for you, Elon, and if you click on that, you'll see there are two videos. There's the short video will show you how you can connect to Interactive Brokers using Brokerage Plus, this window we call Brokerage Plus. I'm assuming you have to be on you have to be on our downloadable application, not the web-based version. Okay, so if you're using our web-based version, this is not available to you. But if you're using our downloadable application, then you can use this window, Brokerage Plus. You can attach it to your Interactive Brokers account, and then any trade you're in, well, these are all different columns that you can have. The second video goes into a lot more detail. Okay, but I would encourage you first, if you want to, attach Brokerage Plus to your IB account, watch that first video. It'll show you how. And then the second video goes into a lot more detail. Again, these are just columns that we have a lot of different columns. So there's total P&L, P&L today, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, Neil. Yeah. So I really can't help you. I do not trade I've never traded off the IB charts. So sorry about that. So here's ELOX. ELOX resumed. And what happened? TRNR was another halt, another low float. I can see we're still kind of in low float madness or mania. The other thing, Elon, before I would actually start using Brokerage Plus and connecting it to your live IB account, I would use the simulator first, okay? Just to make sure you understand how to use Brokerage Plus. And it's in that second video. Basically, you can practice, get used to using the platform, Brokerage Plus, practice using the simulator, very simple to do, before you actually start trading your live IB account, okay? Oh, we're getting a lot of halts again. OMH halted on the way down or resumed. And okay, AI may be breaking down to a pretty important level here, that 23 level. Yesterday's low was around 20. So it does have room underneath. The low today was 2271. So here's the market doing its thing again. Nice giant green candle, first 15-minute green candle. And now maybe a giant red candle to wipe it out. Mr. Dak, welcome back. Nice to see you again. Okay, running up, running up, running up. SSYS. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Koya. This was I guess a fairly recent. Yeah, I guess this was a recent IPO. It just took out the high. Its all-time high is 569 and running now. It is, of course, a low float, 8 million in the float. COYA. I didn't see this one really in the pre-market. Maybe the volume was too light. 723 was the high. Boy, this GDC is getting, again, this is a tough one to trade. It's very, very whippy. But again, I've got a very key area. If I can take that out, which is, sorry, I put my price alert in the wrong place. Should be at 779. Oops. 7.79. So why is that key? Well, if you look left on the daily chart, you can see that is the next high looking left. It almost, well, in fact, it did break it. It did break it briefly, got up to 783, but you can kind of see if it really takes it out, then the next high after that is 1064. So then, of course, we get some fantasy levels of 17 and the huge fantasy level of 44 when you keep looking left. Look at this market, guys. A nice big giant green candle to start. And now look at this red candle wiping that out and more. So if you want to trade, stocks that kind of track the market, it's a tough one. Oh, MICS canceling the financing. So yeah, I mean, it's got some room. The next high looking left is 270, 266. So it does have, and that's the same as the daily chart. So it does have some room. So I guess the longer it can hold two. I mean, it did get up to what, 236? So the longer it holds two, it's a low float, 1.3 million in the float. Okay, now we have a couple more showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Vodafone, is this an earnings play? This is an earnings play, VOD earnings play. Now, almost an all-time low. The all-time low looks like it's down here at, interesting. I do remember seeing, I think this one showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, probably on this week, the week of, well, maybe I'm wrong. But it got down to the all-time low and it had a nice bounce. But look at it now. It's an earnings play and challenging the all-time low again for Vodafone, VOD. My issue, of course, is that whole number. For me, a big psychological number of 10 to try to break through. But if it gets down through 10 and then 994 looks like the all-time low. And then anything is possible. Yeah, look at GDC, just a whippy mess. TME is actually an earnings play also, guys. I forgot to mention that. I thought it was just China, maybe the overall China market, but TME is also an earnings play, TME. Still have a few, this is it's ones I think I'm sharing this, but these are the earnings play. So still have a few, not a lot. I mean, these are the full earnings plays. If I scroll down, all I've done is I've taken these earnings plays and I want to see where they are in position in days range. So BEEM is still positive for the day, but it is moving down. Okay. Whereas FSM, let's take a look at another one, maybe that's negative, but is trying to move up. Yeah, very, very cheap ones. But FSM, wow. Fortuna. SS. Okay, maybe an interesting one now. SSSY. SS. Hmm. I've got something going on with my sound alert. Okay, ZI. Okay, ZI guys. Wow, ZI. Zoom info. ZI is on the move here. This is not an earnings play. Big float, over a quarter of a bill, 285 million. Decent volume. The next high looking left for ZI looks like it's coming right into it. 2335. And then after that, we've got 20. To me, there, well, I mean, it may just power right through. I don't know if there's any specific news on this. All sweeps. I know some of you guys follow that. Hey guys, MICS still on the move here. MICS is on the move, and the high in the it's taken out that, wow, tore through the high in the pre-market, which was 223, I think. I actually see that it's an AI alert also. Well, I call it our daily watch list. Okay, it's our daily watch list. The HZNP, what it's doing. So this is wow, right at the 200-day moving average also. So I didn't realize that 91.55 is the 200-day moving average. Again, this buyout by Amgen is in jeopardy. I guess that was the news. So the buyout is in jeopardy. And following HZNP shares are trading lower following a report suggesting the FTC is expected to file a complaint as early as Tuesday to block Amgen's deal to buy the company. Then the magic happened. Let's take a look at Koya, Coya. Yeah, the only problem is I don't think there were shorts available, right? But I think you're just talking in general. At least there are no shorts now at Interactive Brokers for MICS. I'm sorry, for Koya, Coya. Okay, I think I've got something going on here with my actions. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so I'm going to lose. I had the same sound. Should be running down. I don't lose. Okay, good. What was happening? I was hearing running up, and I kept looking up here and saying, "Well, nothing is running up." But I had the same sound alert for my momentum down for some reason. It should be, of course, running down. Hey, moment, guys. Okay, guys, there's the mics. MICS did make a new high. Did make a new high. Pull back a little bit. Got up to 250. Take a look at ZI. Wow, look at that though. I mean, did I get help? No. Ooh, NOG, Northern Oil and Gas, NOG. This is a really interesting level. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The next low looking left, it's not as interesting as I thought. That's pretty close to 30. Looks like 29.86, 29.89. Is the next low looking left for NOG. So not as interested in it as I thought. I thought there was a bigger potential gap looking left, but there was not. I'm not as interested in it. Okay, I just want to put this in the room. For those of you who are new to the room, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. So we are having our test drive again, starting as it says. Just give me one moment. Just give me one moment. So I'm going to click on the test drive link. Hopefully this is going to work. Yes, it is. Okay, so please read it carefully. So the test drive will start on June the 5th and it'll run including June 20th. Okay, that is actually 10 trading days. I think the Monday the 19th is a holiday. So we wanted to make sure you got 10 trading days. Okay, so it starts, it'll cost you $11.11. It'll give you access to our full premium service. Okay. And just to be 100% clear, this has got nothing to do with the test drive, but there is no auto trading the AI. Okay, there is no auto trading the AI. I'm not 100% sure you'll be able to auto trade even your own strategies. I'll have to confirm that. Okay, so there may not be any auto trading allowed, but I'll have to confirm, that you can auto trade if you want to auto trade your own strategies. But anyway, it starts on the 5th, runs through the 20th included. If you sign up for today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? We still get emails coming in, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? It doesn't start until the 5th. Now, the 5th is a Monday, but typically the Friday before, you'll get access to the program about an hour after the market closes on the Friday before. And then you can play around with the program over the weekend, get used to, maybe taking a look at some scans. The market's not open, of course, but you can take a look at the scans that I share, and then you get ready for when the test drive starts with live data on the 5th. So great opportunity. We don't do this that often anymore. We don't have free trials, and this is not technically free, but it'll cost $11.11. What you will get access to, don't think you get access to premium, but you will get access. Let me just confirm though. You'll get access to if you're interested, to the anchored VWAP channel. Let me see. Since I was away, we've had a couple of marketing meetings, and so I just want to see. Maybe they've said, yeah, we'll give everybody premium. I don't know. Okay, King and Queen. I see that Chris is in a remote with you, trying to figure out why you're not getting. Why you're not getting. Yeah. Okay. So I'm glad he's in a remote with you, but give me a moment. I just want to confirm a couple of things. A moment, just trying to get an answer to this. Typing skills are lacking today. All right, guys, let's see. See, Cara is an earnings play. CARA is an earnings play. What's the volume like? Not great. I mean, it's 7 times normal, but not great. Wainwright maintains a buy on Cara with a $15 price target. So triple from where it is, a little over triple from where it is. Ugh. Hoya halted up. I'm sorry, it halted up and now it's resumed and now an all-time high. So E-Trade has, or is it Fidelity, William? No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, Beam is getting weaker and weaker, guys. So, the after hours low was 10. The Beam is BEEM is getting weaker and weaker. And it's an earnings play. Got all the way up to $12 and a half dollars. It's dropped back down a little under 11 now. And really starting to give it up. So this was and the low looking left, yesterday's low was around 950. So there is room, still room for it to keep moving down when you look left. Let's see how long it can hold under 11 for Beam, BEEM, sorry. Wow, I see Koya hit my 10-day daily breakout. I mean, I'm not saying it's been the easiest trader, but Koya hit the 10-day daily breakout at 10 o'clock. You see right there, 10 o'clock at 684. And boy, that moved $8. Not saying it was the easiest trader, especially with the halts, but yeah, GDC is getting closer. But again, if you're going to take this GDC, be completely aware of your risks. Yeah, I know you can put a stop in, but remember, this can be this can blow right through your stop the way it trades. But the key level, it did get briefly above that 779 level this morning. No, I'm not more into shorting than going long, Elon. It's just, when I see stocks that have gone a little parabolic. But so I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So how does it work with trade ideas for shorting stocks? I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. I mean, it's got nothing to do with trade ideas. I mean, here's a momentum down scanner. So if I look at this one, Tiger, as an example, and I thought it had more room to move down, when I look left, maybe that becomes a short opportunity for me. Cara But some of these on the momentum up, if I think that maybe they've gone a little too parabolic, maybe that becomes a shorting opportunity. But, up to you, if that makes sense. You hear me talking about GDC. GDC to me, if I don't mean I'm just wildly going to go into it if it takes out that 779, but this, I'm definitely looking maybe later on to go long this one, GDC. And the Beam, I mean, okay, Beam is a good example. I mean, here's a stock that was not doing well at all. Okay. I mean, it had a bit of a recovery, but look at what happened over the, several months. A little pop up, had earnings, but now maybe the bloom is off a bit. So, and I'm looking at the market too. I mean, look at the overall market. I mean, the market is again in this crazy pop up. That first green candle looked pretty promising. Next candle wiped it out, and now a huge continuation. So, it probably is a little easier to short things when the market's doing this. That's all. But it's not that I don't really have a bias one way or the other. I see Peloton. I have this thing thumbnail. I know one of the things I did see when I was on vacation is that Peloton, what were called what 2.2 million bikes because of the what their seats breaking or something like that. Well, it's got nothing. Okay, Elon, it's got nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, it's your broker. Understand that trade ideas, we're a scanner. Okay, so it's got nothing to do with trade ideas, whether you can short a stock or not. That'll be up to your broker. I mean, you have to be, you have to, I guess, when you set up your brokerage account, you have to, I guess, tell them you want to short. So you're going to have to some kind of, I guess, in the margin requirements and all. That's number one. And then number two, whether or not your broker has shorts available for a specific stock. So it's really got nothing to do with trade ideas. That's up to your broker. Okay. We're a scanner. The idea that we can actually connect to Interactive Brokers or E-Trade using this, that's fine. But you can use trade ideas. When I say you, everybody, you can use trade ideas with any broker you want. And it's completely up to your account whether or not you can short, number one, and then number two, you have to check to see whether or not there are shorts available, because not every broker will have shorts available for a specific stock. That's why you'll hear me say, for instance, Koya, Coya. William was able to short Koya, heavy borrow rate, but he was able to short, maybe using his E-Trade or Fidelity. I don't know what he was using, but at Interactive Brokers, there were no shorts available, as an example. Does that answer your question? Yeah, no, Dak, I said hello to you. It's nice to see you again. Oops. Thanks. All right, guys. So there's the Koya now halted on the resume. Yeah, halted on the way down. Halted on the way down due to volatility. Halt on the way down. Now, I don't know if this one is available to me to short, but this APLD looks like it's giving up. And yes, the answer is 850. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. This is Interactive Brokers. Okay. This is what I use. So this is the time, sorry, the what tells me if there are shorts available. Okay. Now you can't see the symbol, but it is APLD, tells me how many shorts are available. Okay. Your broker might have, again, I don't know, it doesn't depends on your brokerage platform, but will tell you how many shorts. So does that answer your question, Elon? That'd be Beam is weakening, guys. Beam is weakening. Excuse me, weakening. BEEM is weakening. Weakening. Oh, you have to have your brokerage account open. Okay. Brokerage Plus, again, all it is a it's an option, but you have to have your brokerage account open, and then you attach. If you have an E-Trade or an Interactive Brokers account, you can attach it. If you watch the videos, click on live, and then you can attach it. You'll attach it to your IB or E-Trade account, and then you can trade, from within Trade Ideas. Okay, but you have to have your brokerage account open. And again, for instance, if I click on Beam, okay, if I click on Beam, well, first of all, let me get to my click on the simulator just to show you. Okay, I click on Beam. Oh, there we go. So I click on Beam. If I were attached to my Interactive Brokers account right now, okay, and I wanted to short Beam, I would have to look to see, first of all, are there shorts available? And if there are, then I can short from within Trade Ideas. So it's really got nothing to do with Trade Ideas allowing you to do it or not. It's your broker. Hopefully that makes sense. But you have to have your broker's account open. You have to be, because all it does, it just sends it to. I mean, it'll send the order to IB or E-Trade. It's just an option, okay? It's a feature. I mean, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade. I don't. I don't use it. I usually demonstrate it using as a simulator. Because you should practice trading first before you commit money to the market. And don't. By the way, Elon, don't be afraid to ask questions. There's should be no such thing as your last question. Oui, Casa. What you're seeing here, these two here, these are just so you can use Brokerage Plus to practice swing trading. I've kept this short on GME for a long time. I can't remember whenever it was 22.94. Now that have been back, I would have probably covered my short down when it was 18. This is a long position I took on this ADYA at 1962. Don't know when that was exactly. I could look it up, but it's 21. So you take us, if you take anybody, again, I'm just not talking anybody in specifically, but if you take a position using the simulator, or if you're attached to your account and you don't get out of the position at the end of the day, that's how you can practice swing trading also. Okay. Wow. Look at GDC now, guys. But again, I just caution you, it is, and look how whippy it is. Come on. Just give me a moment. Look at these topping tails. I mean, the buyer's been trying to pop it through these highs several times, but don't get seduced by this green candle yet, because look what happened 30 minutes ago. Maybe not quite 30 minutes ago. Got up to these levels also. Remember, let me bring up a big chart here. Remember, at one point, that candle right there was green, just like this one. This current 15-minute candle. That candle was green all the way up there. Now, okay, it's right back up here, but it doesn't mean it's going to hold. Okay, Beam is recovering a little bit now. Beam is recovering a bit. Okay, so the question is, what is the momentum up and momentum down used for? Well, I mean, it shows stocks that are, what is it now, 1023? It just, let me just show you what the filters look like. And I'm sharing not quite this presentation, but I am sharing a momentum upscan. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least 6. So it's trading 6 times normal up to this time of day. 300,000 shares minimum volume. This is giving it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Stock is up 5%. 5% from yesterday's close. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we see it. Okay. Now, so it's just showing you stocks, showing you momentum stocks on the way up. Now, how you want to trade them will be up to you. You may look at this and go, wow, that's way too extended. If there were shorts available, maybe you want to batter it down. Okay. This is just the reverse. CRVS, the momentum down is just the reverse. These are stocks moving down on similar momentum, with 1,000% of normal. Now, how you use it, these are just, remember, the program is called Trade Ideas. And so these are giving you ideas. And that is why you should practice. There's the GDC, guys. This is why, it's giving you ideas to trade. And that's why if you're new to trading, you should use the simulator, practice trading first. So again, it's just alerting you to stocks that are having big momentum swings, either up or down. Speaking of, look at the BEEM. Has that ever been all over the place? Now, I'm going to go over my homepage in a bit, but you'll see I do have something called Momo, and this is basically the momentum up. Okay. And what I should do, well, certainly for the test drive, I'm going to use this as the test drive. I kind of like the way this is organized. So you will see every time GDC makes a new high, as long as all those other filter values are met, you'll see it. You'll see it in at the last, like, so there at 10:25, GDC made a new high at 8:39. If it can get over 8:39 again, you will see it again here. It's just that you won't see the symbol over and over again in a running list. The way typically, let me just try to explain what I'm talking about. Oops. Go to properties, go to properties, and the view mode. So typically, if you can see this, the typical way of presenting our data is newest first. So what that would mean is you would see if GDC kept making a new high, you would see it over and over again in like as a list, GDC, 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 over and over and over again. It would dominate the list. But the way I've organized this in the view mode is group and sort by. I know I'm not trying to get too complicated here, but what happens is you will see GDC every time it makes a new high, but you'll see it right at the top of the list. Okay, you see how it just again, there's GDC at 1027, made a new high. It just made another new high, but you can see that you're not seeing the symbol like a running list of GDC, GDC, GDC over and over again in the list. I like the way this is organized because sometimes it get overwhelming. A stock that's really moving, it'll just dominate the list. You'll see the same symbol over and over and over and over again. Well, what I would do, PS25, is certainly take a look at. Well, you know what? It's almost 10:30, so why don't I just go over my homepage a little bit? Question is there a way in which we can kind of get accustomed to using trade ideas if you're going to take this test drive? Is there a way to kind of get an idea about what trade ideas is all about before you take the test drive? And this is what I would do. So if you click on my homepage link that I put in, now this code is not valid. Wow, look at the GDC now, guys. This code is not valid right now. I've got to change it. It's back to the 15%, but never mind that. So I would take a look at the Get Started. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to take a look at the Get Started. The Get Started, obviously, you don't have to do the download and install your first. What I would look at is probably top list windows and alert windows, okay? An introduction to scans, okay? And then I want to dive into it a little more deeply. If you click on the education section right here, click on the education section and take a look at the user guide. And then this gives you a lot more detail about what the alert windows are and what top list windows are, okay? And, I'd also take a look at the stock racing, because then that'll give you a great idea about what Trade Ideas is all about, the scanning of what Trade Ideas is all about, okay? And again, you'll have access to the program. You'll have access to the program about an hour after the market closes on the Friday. And remember that you'll start getting live data, of course, on the Monday following, but then you can practice. Yeah, GDC halted on the way up. But remember, Trade Ideas is a scanning tool. It's not, you still have to have, an idea about how to trade. Yeah, look at this SPY. I mean, talk about a schizo market again. Two giant red candles down after that giant green candle up, and now a giant green candle trying to wipe out all this craziness. And of course, PS, you can come into the room, and I think one of the things we try to do very well is support. I think there are very few rooms like this, and plus the And I don't mean just because of me, just the concept of, don't have to even be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. This is a free room. You can ask questions. I'm here live on the mic between 9 and 3, about we'll call it 3:30 Monday to Friday. But then at noon Eastern time, between 12 and 1, I do take a break. And one of the other traders takes over from me in our YouTube room. You can ask questions. They have different styles of trading. So I think we try to support the product as best we can. And you don't even have to be a subscriber. We want you to be very comfortable with the product before you subscribe, and you can be in the room forever. So there's some people that never subscribe, and that's fine. Just 1 second, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Okay, if I sign up for, I'm answering Alex in our YouTube room. If I sign up for a subscription after signing up for the test drive, did this overlap the subscription starting in June? Hmm. Well, I mean, if you take the test drive, you, you, there's no overlap. I don't understand your question exactly. If you take the test drive and then at the end of the test drive, you decide you want to take out a subscription, that's when the subscription would start. The subscriptions are month to month, okay? It's not, wow, look at GDC now, guys. So again, if you're aggressive and you took this on that break, you're laughing. So if a person took out a subscription today, May 16th, it would go to June the 15th as an example, okay? So when's the test drive over on on June 20th? So if you decided you wanted the program, and by the way, I should say one thing. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not automatically put you into a subscription, okay? Like, it's a question we get asked a lot. When the test drive is over, it's over. There'll be a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription once it's over. But that's when the subscription would start. So does that make sense, Alex? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, yeah. I guess you just have a little bit of patience. What is it? About 3 weeks from now, I guess it starts. Yeah, as William said, the power of the low float, GDC. I mean, it's been it's done the crazy, had the crazy action. When was big action day was on May 1st. When yeah, if you weren't around, up to $44 and low float, less than a million in the float, or very close. I mean, we can go to another site. Maybe there's 2 or 3 million, but whatever that float number is what our data provider has for the float. Oh, it's going to be low. So there's only one way a stock can go up 123%, and that's usually, well, not usually, I would say almost 100% is because of the low float. The float, again, is the available number of shares that can be traded on a given day. And for me, anything under 20 million is, I consider a low float. So anything under 20 million, people ask, well, what is a low float? Well, it really depends on what you trade. If you trade Meta and Amazon and some of the high float, well over 2 billion in the float, you might think 100 million is low. Okay, so 20 million for me is low. So this is insanely low. I mean, around a million is insanely low. So available number of shares to trade. Now, if for whatever reason, and there's no news on this one that I can see, but if for whatever reason people want to buy this stock today, high demand, which is 25 million have traded already, high demand, low supply, like every other commodity on earth, this is what can happen. But remember, as fast as these things can go up, even faster they can go down. So just be awfully careful. So I don't have this. No, I don't think. Let me go over my homepage right now. I don't think I had him add this one, but I certainly think this is what I'm going to do is have this as the presentation for the test drive. So just let me go over my homepage a little bit right now, and then I can see what I am actually sharing. Okay, so if you click on, let's see. Again, this code is not valid anymore. You'll have to use the Barry 15, Barry BARRIE 15 for 15% off. There's the getting started. So if you do take out a subscription, the getting started, there's your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, is a great little course. Michael Noss. In fact, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. Might be a little bit late, he told me, but typically he is in there on Tuesdays between 12 and 1 when I do take a break. Michael Noss will be, and he put this together, Trading 101. Do a stock. Of course, I didn't while I was on vacation, but I'll start my stock of the day video again. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week. I think it was, I should know it. I can't remember. Look at GDC now. See how whippy that is? 1051, and then it comes right back down to 873. But you can sign up for the trade of the week. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder also. That's a very common question. I'm not getting it. And then it's just a matter of checking your spam folder, typically. Education, and went over that education, but let me take a look at the user guide again. So again, there's the alert window. So here's a getting started. All about alert windows, top list windows, and I would look at the stock racing. The other one I would really look at is creating price alerts on the chart. Really simple to do, which I'll demonstrate. The getting started, again, I know we hammer this home. If you don't do the getting started, this is a software program. There is a learning curve. So I mean, you have to spend some time getting accustomed to what the program's all about. Now, here's the daily support sessions I was talking about. So today being Tuesday, it should be Michael Noss. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern. before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can listen to Michael. Okay, and then my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, click here. Yeah, I don't have that in there. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. So this is the race that you see here, the biggest gainers from the open right there. That's the race that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. I've been using this form for probably 10 years. Here's the halts resumes, which is over here. What you can't see on my other monitor, and why I don't put every scan on, I don't want to overwhelm people with all the different scans on one, in my shared screen. But you can have access to the 10-day daily breakout and down. If you're looking for a gap, continuations or reversals, this is one right here. Stocks making 20-day highs, 20-day lows. Okay, so I do have some scans. So I don't have this one in this format. So that Momo is basically this scan, but you'll see the stock over and over again. Okay. But I can give that to you if you are interested. Let me just find it. So Doc momentum up and down. I think this is, let's see if I've got, how many versions do I have of it? Okay, I think this will do it. Share. Okay, there it is. Now, when you look at it, you will not see all the early ones. Okay, you're just going to see the last one. Okay, so if you say, hey, how come I don't see all these ones? Because you're just loading, if you load it, because you're loading it right now. So you'll just probably see the last ones. Okay, just so you know. Yeah, APLD is, I call this our daily watch list. Okay, the big difference between our premium and standard service is basically this. I call this a daily watch list. You can see GDC showed up at 784. It's 928 right now. Earlier, this MICS was really good. It had the alert at 194, got up to what, 250. It's pulled all the way back now. That's why you got to be a trader. Okay, you've got to trade these, manage your trades. You cannot, if you got into this trade at when the AI suggested, you wouldn't let it come all the way back down to the suggested price. You shouldn't. So I use it like a watch list. When I can pay more attention to it, I will use this like a watch list. Typically, I like the ones under 20. Well, when I say like, I will like to follow the ones that are under $20. Just it's just a personal preference. All right, Real's been talking about Unity for a bit now. Let me take a look at Unity. And he's talking about on a bounce. Yeah, what a nice bounce, 27.56. So it's almost bounced a dollar. I haven't been able to pay attention to it, but wow, look at AMPL, guys. AMPL is an all-time low right now, basically an all-time low, showing up on the running down. AMPL, basically an all-time low. All right, guys, let's take a look at Beam is still relatively weak. Bit of a spread issue, but it's been relatively weak. BEEM. You mentioned NVTS earlier. NVTS is an earnings play. Yeah, nice. On the weekly chart, 8 might stop it. You look at there's a high of 810, and then there's a high over here, so about 831. So it may get stalled at that whole number. And that's the NVTS. So king and queen, are you still in the room? Was Chris able to figure out what was going on? Well, there's the APLD, guys. The APLD just made another new high. Okay, it pulled back. That was a pretty big pullback, 480, but now it's just making another new high. And that is an AI alert also, or our daily watch list alert, as I'm going to keep calling it. I am back, Cyber. And we have more halts here. MHUA, I think is a China stock. Yeah, China stock. All right, guys, fasten your seatbelts. On this one, halted because of volatility. So big halt up. Fairly low float, 8 million in the float. Next high looking left is 496. So if somehow it can take out that 5 level with any authority, the next high is 932. Obviously not saying it's getting there, but this could do something, do the crazy. Let's take a look at it. What time in sales is telling me at Interactive Brokers where it could open. So again, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. You can't see the symbol there, but this is MHUA. It's halted at 450 and 460, 460. Not a. This is a maybe showing where it could open. As you can see, it changes. There's no guarantee it's going to open at this price. But these are usually they're 5-minute halts. So it got halted at 10:49 plus 32 seconds. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:54 plus 32 seconds. And it is now 10:50. So it has about 4 minutes or so. But my guess is that it's going to open higher. It was a window setting. Interesting. I think it's a window setting. Wow, that's a. Oh, shit. Just a minute, guys. Okay, so good. I'm glad. I'm gonna have to ask Chris what he meant by that, though. The Windows setting. So Nog is actually on the way down here, but I didn't like it because I thought 30 might block it, but NOG is still on the way down. Panel. Oh, so you're not in the in North America, King and Queen. The only reason you'd be using a comma, right? South Africa, okay. Well, that's good sleuthing by Chris on that one. All right, guys. So now just talking a little bit general about trade ideas, so even I can remember what trade ideas does. We're a scanner. And first of all, again, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. I mentioned before, this is the format. I'm on live on the mic between 9 a.m. and about 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. I do open the main room at 8, well, before 8 o'clock. So if you want to show up a little bit early and converse amongst yourselves between 8 and 9, you can do so. But I get on the mic at 9. And so what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner, and there is a big difference between a scanner and a screener. A lot of screeners out there. In fact, there are a lot of free screeners out there. We are obviously, not obviously, but we have screening ability, of course. So the scans that I am sharing, but I'm going to go here. I'm going to click on new and then click on our docked channel bar. I'm going to click on show more. I'm going to bring up the momentum scan. Okay, the momentum channel. All these are theme-based channels. So this is a momentum channel. This momentum that you see here is in essence, for instance, if Zila made another new high right away, you would see Zila again. That's what I was trying to say. Let's see if we, get a good demonstration of that. You would see Zila again in a list as opposed to just seeing the symbol one time every time it made a new high. So that's just the difference, but you can see it there. There's Zila right here. And again, here's the screening aspect. This is what you ever want to know what a scan is looking for. You just right click on, either if it's an alert window or a topless window, a T window. You just right click and then click on summary. And it's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal this time of the day. 100,000 shares. Now, in the one I'm sharing, I've upped these values. You don't have to, but I've upped these values. I made it 6, because I felt I was getting too many alerts. But it's up to you. There, see, this is what I'm talking about. CLLEJU over and over and over again, as opposed to just to see the symbol once when it makes a new high. Again, you'll show it it'll show you every time it makes a new high, just not in a sort of a repeating list. Hopefully that makes sense. So here's the screening aspect. This is giving it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. That gives it that momentum burst. So screening, if all these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what we're really good at. Real-time alerts. So I am sharing, moment here, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, but if you go through the different channels, all these theme-based channels, you might see a scan that you say, well, maybe I'd like to see the low float winners. What is it all about? Well, I'm not going to go over exactly how you do it, but you can take it out of the channel and then make it part of your layout if that's what you want to do. As an example, let's take a look at the what is it looking for? Yeah, a little bit of I've got so many but the problem I'm having is that I have so many scans that I've saved and some are repeating. I have to go through and there we go. It shouldn't take that long for you guys. But again, this is what it's looking for. Looks a little jumbled here, but so that's what I'm saying. If you want to see what any scan is looking for, just click on it and configure and then summary. And that'll tell you what the scan is looking for. Yes, Darren. Good question. So if you like this scan, this momentum scan, and again, when you right click, the question is, you can take those filters out and put other ones in, adjust the ones that are there. Yes. So if you like this scan or you want to take a look at it, and you click on the configure and then click again. This is just lagging a bit for me because I've got a lot of stuff going on. It should not lag like this for you guys. Uh, yeah, just give me a moment. And I have to do no. There we go. So yeah, so you look at this and you say, okay, in this scan, it's one in $50, current volume is three, etc. But what if you said, you know what, I like the idea, but I'd rather have a different price range. So you just click on that icon, that price icon, and let's make it 10 and 60. This is an IPO, guys. SGE, I think, is an IPO just popped up. I can't get rid of it. Okay, I'll take a look at it. So let's just say again, so you just make the change. So make it to 10 and 50 and 100. If I click on summary, you see now it's 10 and 100. So I could make changes if I want, or as you get used to using trade ideas, you might find a filter that you like. You can add it in, or maybe you don't like a filter that is in here. You take it out. And you say, okay, so now this is customized. Now so you've customized it to how you like to trade. And then if you like it, then you right click and you duplicate into a free floating window. See, now it's free floating, and then you can make it part of your layout. Okay, you can make it part of your layout. So that's what you can do. You go through the different channels or even mine, the scans that I am sharing, make a change, duplicate or take duplicate it into a free floating, just so it's free floating. I would always save everything to the cloud. You know, you make a change, save everything to the cloud, save or share to cloud. You know, it should be, again, this is slow for me. Give it here it is, momentum. It's a momentum scan, save it. And go to another channel and maybe take out another one. And then as you amass them on your screen, you can save the entire layout. Now, one thing about when you make a change in the channel, like I just did here, okay? I made the change in the channel. Now, if I leave the channel and I come back, those changes are not saved. Very common question. Say, wait a minute, I made a change, and I've left the channel. Now I've come back. Why aren't those changes saved? The reason why is because these channels are for everyone. Okay, so the fact you want to make a change to a specific scan within a channel, not necessarily what everybody else wants. So just understand that. So you make a change in a channel. Obviously, while you're still in the channel, yeah, it'll remain. But if you leave it and come back, the change is not saved. Typically, though, I think the use of it is to take a look different channels. And if you see a scan that might look interesting, extract it from the layout, save it to your cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time and make a layout of scans that we have created for you. Now you can save your own channel also if you want to create, you can save it as I think we've got five up here. I typically don't, because but I mean, you can say, yeah, you can create a channel and save it so that when you go to the dock channel bar, new dock channel bar, you can have five channels that you create that you save. You can click on. Okay, a little advanced. I wouldn't get too into it right now, but yes, there is an ability to create your own channel, and then you just click on it. But what I do is I save layouts. Not so much channels. I basically save what I want, and I basically have the same layout running virtually every single day. I don't mess around too much. Now, of course, if you want to create your own scan from scratch, you can. You can, CAN, can. Okay. So I'll go back to the channel bar, click on that show more. I just like showing the momentum channel because I think it's a pretty popular one. Okay. So if you want to create your own scan, of course you can. So if you right click, configure, instead of going to summary this time, we're going to go to search. So here is what I'm going to say is very important. People look at this and think, uh-oh, this program is way too hard for me to learn. There's the Zila. See how the Zila is making new high after new high, and you're seeing it again and again. So they look at this and go, my goodness, how can I possibly learn all these? These are the alerts. These are the real-time alerts. The new high of the day, new low of the day is right at the top. And if I scroll down, these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got. Okay. And if I scroll down a little bit further and I get to these icons, these are the filters or screeners that we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. Hopefully that you don't have to learn them all. The reason we have so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. Okay. So of course you can build your own scan, but don't get hung up on all of the filters and alerts that we have. Okay. You don't have to learn them all. Yep, you can change the font size, pretty simple, and I don't like all these things I'm talking about. I don't expect anybody to remember, but this is all in the guide. But if we go click, so the basic answer to your question is yes. Okay. If I go to up to the general section, and again, there's and here are the fonts. So I can increase the font size. I've got a 10 font, but if you wanted a 15 or different font itself, you want to bold them, you can, yes. So by a dark mode, do you mean like these borders and everything? If you're talking about the borders, no. Now the charts, you can do anything you want with the charts in terms of customizing how they look. If you're talking about the charts. All right, guys. Yeah, let me show you racing. I should go over the racing, what it's all about. I think if you're a person, not just yourself, Darren, but anybody who's new to trading, I think the racing is a good concept for you. I'm sharing this particular race. I'm sharing another race. If you go to my homepage, you'll see I have a large cap gainers from the open. That might be a better race if you're new, but this is what the racing is all about, is to let you know. So why are we seeing these symbols here? Well, all races, and again, this is all in the guide. When you check on TI stock racing, I think we've got 4 videos and very detailed explanation of it all. So if I right click on this race and I open a top list, okay? So all races start off from a top list window. You'll notice that if I right click on this top list window, it says launch real-time stock race, okay? So why are these stocks showing up here in the first place? Well, if I right click, then I click on configure and I click on the summary, see hopefully you're seeing the pattern here. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, stock will appear here. Okay. Now, before we had the racing concept, the way a person would use a top list window is that any one of these headers that we have up here, this header right there, that little C percent is the change from yesterday's close. So if I double click rapidly on it, I can see that GDC is up 107%. MICS, I can rank them. Okay. If I click on the change from the open, in other words, the first print of the day, first trade of the day, how has it changed from that? If I double left click rapidly, MICS 40%. So might be interesting information to know, but how are you going to use this to trade? Okay. So this is where the racing comes in. So you notice I'm running a 4-minute race. Now you can customize it to any length that you want. I chose 4 minutes months ago. You can do a 5-minute race, a 1-minute race, a 10-minute race. I chose 4. If you're going to ask me, well, why 4 and not 5? I really don't have a good explanation. I just thought I wanted to run a 4-minute race and I stuck with it. So when the race starts, this race is going to be over in 10 seconds, and you'll notice that Xela, XELA, is leading the race. Since the race started 4 minutes ago, it has moved 5.4%. Okay. And it won the race. And you can see that what happens is a top 10 list is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So Zillow was at 1 race, it just won. So now that's why it says 2. It obviously won 1 race earlier in the day. Now it's won 2 races. MICS has won 7 races today. Put at the top of the list. So the idea is that when a race starts, for instance, if I look down here, let's take a look at GFAI, one of those AI plays. It's up 1.8% from the open today. But what if all of a sudden out of nowhere, it started to move? You never be able to track it. Okay. Unless you're staring at a list and trying to see what stocks are moving or not, but that'd be crazy. And that's what this captures. That's what the race will capture. The stock that when the race starts, the stock that is moving the most, because they all start off same starting line, whatever stock is moving the most. So that's why it doesn't mean that the stock that's up the most from the close is necessarily moving the most. It could be some stock that's buried down here, and you'll find it using the racing. Okay, and so now it's creating a nice watch list for you. Eventually, you'll see 10. It's up to 10. And now these are stocks that you can track all day long. Now, just people say, well, if a stock wins a race, so I just buy it. No, not necessarily. it just won a race. But now you have to be able to look at the chart and say, what is happening with this stock right now? You know, uh, the racing can be good for pullback plays because again, a stock that wins a race doesn't necessarily have to be at the high of the day. It could have pulled back, then all of a sudden it starts to move. You have to click on the alert to see what is happening. Yeah, I mean, you can base your race. I'm using the change from the open. Okay, the change from when the race starts, what is moving the most. But you can base your race on other things. I just happen to like. Okay, let's see the ones that are since the race started. What's moving the most percentage wise? And you can see that there's a jockeying for position until the race is over. Zila's leading right now, but some other stock could come out of nowhere. Maybe Koya takes over. COYA takes over. Okay, but you can base your race on different things. That's why I'm saying take a look at the videos. I happen to like to see, okay, I want to see the ones that are moving the most when the race started. But you could base your race on what has the most increasing volume since the race started, things like that. That might be something you're interested in, and you can base your race on that. Meanwhile, as we're talking about Zila, wow, what a move by Zila. XELA. Yes. And again, hopefully, guys understand. You see how Zila, you see it over and over every time it makes a new high. You just don't see it in a list every time it makes a new high. Okay. And let's take a look if there's any specific news for Zila XELA. I don't see anything today, but yesterday after the market closed, there was a little bit of news, and maybe this is a delayed reaction. Yeah, I'm having problems with the data on this is Interactive Brokers. Okay, for some reason, every now and then that happens. Let's see if our news has it. I guess in this press release, it would have had it here. Was Zila a reverse split? Yeah, I seem to remember it being a reverse split at some point. That's why we don't even have quote information for it. Well, that was yesterday. Yeah, it was a 1 for 200 reverse split. So I guess that was effective yesterday, guys, right? No, no, no dumb questions. Okay, Darren, no, we do not provide level two. I mean, your broker will, of course. This is what I use. But I don't trade level two. I don't care about level two so much. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. I'm more interested in how rapidly a stock is trading, but we do not provide level two. And the fact that I don't use level two doesn't mean a person shouldn't use level two. My standard answer to all questions like that, do I use a certain moving average or indicator, or if I don't, doesn't mean you shouldn't. Okay, it just means that I have not found it to be advantageous to my style of trading. But I would never tell anybody that they shouldn't. If you're making money using MACD or stochastics or whatever indicator you want, keep doing it. Just a general, answer. All right, guys, I'm feeling I'm getting back into it a bit here mentally. Boy, look at the Zila. Again, a one for 200. So this stock, oh, man, I do remember Zila in the old days. So this is probably sub $1 or 1 cent. I mean, even divide the current price by 200, you get 1.9 cents. So this could have been yeah, thank you, perfect. Definitely. Thank you. Okay, do it perfect in our YouTube room. I know somebody bought NVTS, I think a little bit earlier. NVTS is on the move, and I think I mentioned if it can take out eight, that could be it could struggle to take out eight. The next high is at 810. Then after that, it is 838. And if you can get through all that, look out, 1050. Again, when I say that, doesn't mean that's where it's getting, of course. If you're new, you'll always hear me talk about looking left, because if I'm going to take this stock right now on a momentum trade, I'm always going to look left to say, okay, where could it stall? Where's the next high looking left? If I can't see it on the daily chart, so look at this daily chart. Here's the current price. Everything I see in the daily chart is below. So when I look left, I don't see where it could stall. So I have to, that's why I look at a weekly chart. And so the next high looking left on the weekly chart is $8.10. It could stall there. Doesn't mean it's going to. And then the next high after that is 835. And that's what I was saying. Boy, it's got a lot of room if it can take all those areas out. Yeah, on peak, well, with all the rooms, probably about 300. And the people come in and out, of course, all day long. I've got a YouTube room going at the same time. Yeah, well, right now it's 183 in this room. A little bit light, probably. I'm sure we lost some people because the room wasn't open quite the same format while I was away, and that's to be expected. All right, guys. Shoot, I mentioned this. Okay, guys. AMPL. Wow, AMPL basically an all-time low. Okay, AMPL is an all-time low. If there's any news on AMPL, I don't see any news on AMPL. Had earnings on the 9th, and what was the reaction? Post market. So there was a reaction to its earnings, a little pop up, but it really sold off. It closed above the opening price, but barely. Oh no, not barely. It got up here. The opening price was 928, but after that, it just fell. So I mean, AMPL is just very messy right now. All time low. AMPL. Lots of shares available. Interactive Brokers also 750,000. So you can see Zilla won another race. The last time I was talking about it, it had won 2 races. Now it's won 3 races. But look at this. That's what I'm saying, guys. Well, I don't even know what the float was, but whatever it was before, you'd have to divide that by 200. Because it did a 1 for 200 reverse split. One moment, please. Okay, AMPL. I'm definitely interested in this one. See what it does around this 860 mark. So MHUA resumed after being halt. Wow. So remember this got halted here and then came out of the halt all the way up to 5, pulled right back down, and see how whippy these things are. Why? Float. 8 million in the float, another very low float. And we're talking low float China. China stock. Bud. Let's take a look at Bud. Budweiser. BUD. May 4th had earnings on the 4th, so earlier this month. So let's take a look. Looking left on the weekly chart, might get a little support around 60. The next low looking left, if it broke it, would be 58 or so. Another look at that Peloton after the recall. Was it 2.2 million bikes got recalled? Was it here maybe on that? Maybe that was the day. Almost an all-time low. Looks like 660 is the all-time low in that area anyway. All right, now I start to pay a little more attention as the day progresses to the VWAP. I see what's happening. You guys are talking about GDC. I think it held the VWAP. 793. Yeah, kind of held the VWAP. It got into the VWAP, 793, and it kind of bounced off that. Not kind of, it really did. If you are a VWAP player. And I usually wait a little later in the day to really start looking at the VWAP. I like to see data build up. So we know we're a couple of hours into the market now. And really in the afternoon, we can start to see maybe a little better idea about stocks that might bounce off the VWAP or see what they do at the VWAP. Not so much whether they bounce or not. Do they bounce or do they go through it or do they hold there for a while? Shady. Skunk beer. Remember that? No, I know that's why you said it. That's a pretty vile smell. Am I primarily a day trader? Oh, I primarily a day trader. I don't swing trade very often. Just personal, well, depends on your chemical makeup. Seriously, I mean, it depends. I guess I love the action of the market. So, and of course, I can spend the time staring at a screen 6 to 7 hours a day. So, yeah, I rarely swing trade. Now, at 11:28, at 11:20, at noon, so in about 30 minutes from now, actually a little later, I know Michael will be taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Michael is way more of a swing trader than I am. You can get ideas from him. He's also way more involved in the anchored VWAP than I am. You can ask him questions about that. Um, but yeah, he's way more of a swing trader than I am. And he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And again, before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. Oh my home. Remember this? Remember this popped up in the pre-market all the way up. Whoa, I didn't see this. I don't know if that's real or not. $51. It's hard to know. Sometimes you get these big topping tails and or bottoming tails in the pre-market, and it really didn't happen. They're sort of a anyway, look at this now though. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It did do 51. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yesterday did. China stock or Singapore? Singapore, I think, right? Singapore, yeah. All right, guys. Well, this APLD is now holding over 5. Did pop up to 550 or so. Not a low float, not high, but it's 53 million in the float. So it's not crazy high or anything, but and there we go. So this is that's right, $880 million contract. That's what they said anyway. Over 2 years. I mean, that's extraordinary, I think, for that float. I mean, I'm surprised with that float that I mean, it's up 50%, but I'm surprised it's not up a little higher, to be honest. So this has to be watched. I mean, this could really, I know it's up 50% right now. 37 million have traded, 53 in the float. This will easily trade the float today. But more importantly, when you look left, what do we see? I mean, this is, oh man, it's got so much room. Look at that weekly chart for APLD. There's the high today is 550 or so. So let's just, and if I draw the line across, the next high in the weekly is way up here at 1741. Now, there was a reason. I don't know what happened here. This is back in April. This is the week of April 11th. Something happened to it. I'm not sure what. Can't remember. So maybe this is causing people a little pause, looking at this and saying, well, wait a minute. What happened here? I mean, it must have been devastating news here, going from 17 all the way down to not quite that same week. Well, 17 down to 480 in that week. Guys, give me a moment. All right, guys. So I did get an answer back. As far as the test drive is concerned, there'll be no auto trading at all. Not just the AI, of course, that we're removing anyway, but you will not be able to auto trade your own strategy. So that's the only thing in the test drive that you won't be able to do. Auto trade your own strategies. Okay. Otherwise, you'll have access to the full service. And I'll be honest, I don't think most of our customers do not auto trade at all. So it's not, to me, it's not a big deal. They did a reverse split and oh, this is way back in 2022. You're right. This is a year ago. You're right, Casa. I don't know why I didn't pick up on that. So that's a year ago. Not that I would have remembered the reverse split, but so this is, over a year ago that this happened. TIO had Tio, your uncle Tio had earnings yesterday. Wow. Yeah, an all-time high. This is a little crazy, or I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember. I know we looked at this one a few days ago. This is back in well, a few days ago. This is back in February. I don't think this was an IPO, but at any rate, well, this looks like it was almost like a buyout here. ABST. Is this not maybe a buyout? This is an earnings play today on the 15th, post market 15th. Yesterday, well, again, earnings plays for me, any stock that releases earnings after hours the day before, and of course, pre-market is an earnings play. But this, what happened here? This look Yeah, obviously something happened here and caused the stock to go from 8 to 10 and it's held, but it looks like it's an earnings play today. ABST. Oh, CCJ. Let's take a look at is uranium on fire or is it just chemical? CCJ. Ugh. I guess this was a short. Look at this. Gosh, look at this market again. Very choppy again, guys. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails on that 15-minute SPY chart. Big, giant red bars, giant green bars. They sold to Crosspoint. Okay. I don't know why I don't see that. But that's what it looked like. Looked like this was a buyout right up here. If I checked on our news, I would have seen it. So this doesn't really matter. That it's an earnings play. Keep an eye on Para. Didn't Para have earnings last week and got hammered down right here? And this is now basically an all-time low. Basically, I mean, it's 0.2% in the range. I guess the all-time low is here, 1492. So it's right at that. I have to stick an alert there. You stick an alert around 1488 and see if it takes it out. That will be an all-time low. Doesn't look like much is going to save Para. Well, if you had shorts available for OMH, I know William said it had, but the borrow rate was excessive, but from 30 down to 9. Well, if you're a VWAP player, I know Real is talking about ONON, and there's the VWAP at 3098. It got right kind of into it, and now it looks like it's trying to give it up. And yeah, it's got room to 30, I guess. Room to 30. That's where there could be some support. I don't know how you guys swing. I really don't know how you guys. I mean, there have been some amazing swing trades, yes, especially in the techs. You know, you pick the right tech stock, and they've done extremely well. Look at Nvidia as an example, NVDA. I mean, this is 206 down here. I think didn't somebody say it's kind of 50% or so from the well, anyway, look at the run that Nvidia's been on. See, at the beginning of the year, let's take a look. Yeah, so $139. So yeah, this is doubled. I mean, this is doubled. $139 at the beginning of the year, 294 now. So if you had the foresight or whatever, the wherewithal to and I guess it's all about about AI. Oh yeah, I mean now, but if a person, had the resolve that this stock, especially taking event, and then when the AI, all that AI stuff came out in November. The OpenAI, I believe, came out in November. All right, guys. So it's 11:42. So probably it'll be a little afternoon that Michael can take over. He's going to let me know. He's in a webinar, I think between 11 and 12 Eastern time, all times Eastern. So he's going to let me know when he can take over in our YouTube room. Here's another stock I think that's kind of trying to give it up here. Yeah, look at XP. Wow, XP is an earnings play. Got all the way up to what price was this? 1721 down to 1578. Another earnings play through the 200. Got through the 200-day on the way up. Now through the 200-day moving average on the way down. When we look left, yeah, 1536. I mean, it's still got a little bit of room to the next low looking left. Oh, you're more than welcome, Darren. Anybody else out there too? Don't be afraid to ask questions. Okay, that's why I'm here, and you'll find that we've got a great bunch too. That if I can't help somebody. For instance, if you said, "Do anybody have a scan for this?" Well, I may not have one, but maybe somebody else does. And one of the great things that we can do at Trade Ideas is share scans. We just share the link. We do have a date for the next test drive, so let me. We just put the link in again. I'll go over it. Okay, so when you click on the test drive link, where is it here? Here we go. Again, this is what you're going to see. So it's going to start. It'll cost $11.11 for 10 trading days. Okay, that's June the 5th to the 20th inclusive. Now you might say, well, wait a minute, the 20th is a Tuesday. Why would you do that? Because Monday is a holiday. So it's 10 trading days. This is when it starts. Okay, so if you sign up today, you are pre-registering. So please do not ask our core support people, how come I don't have any data? I just signed up. Where is it? Well, it doesn't start until the 5th. Now you will have access to the program on that June the 5th is a Monday. So I can do 4-3. So you'll have access to the program on June the 2nd, about an hour after the market closes. That's the Friday. Then you can play around with the program over the weekend, get used to it, a little bit used to it. And so then on Monday morning, when you have live data, you'll have at least have some idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. Well, again, this is, don't ask me what these prizes are. Oh, well, there they are, I guess. I guess this is just a draw. Okay, so first prize, okay, $2,000. 1 year of premium. Okay, and it's just a draw. So we only do this. The last one was quite a while ago. I think it was in January. We used to do them every 3 months, but so we have not had one for quite a while. So if you're interested at all in looking at what Trade Ideas has to offer, it's a great opportunity to do it. When the test drive is over, it's over. Now I say it like that because there's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. There'll be a nice promo code if you do want to take on a subscription later on, but we don't put you into a subscription when it's over. So there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so AI, yeah, AI is having that's quite the bounce it had though off yesterday. Great day yesterday for AI. Great day. So again, that short seller was it Hindenburg? I can't remember which one it was that got all over them and really slammed them down. There's one of those short sellers really knocked the stuffing out of AI. The symbol. So let's see, what is the next high looking left? 2489. So yeah, I mean it's got some room. Still has a little bit of room. Oh, wait a minute, 2489. Yeah, 2489 is the next high looking left for AI. Whoa, Corvus CRVS is on the way down here. CRVS on the way down. Oh, just a cheap one. Okay, thought it was. Mixed up with something else. I thought it was a little more expensive. Well, NVTS is, I mean, it's got some room. It does have some room to about the eight, what did I say, 830? 835. So it's got a little bit of room, 804. And if somebody told me from 804 it would get to 835, of course I'd take the trade, but it might be a little close. But if it could take that out, it's got a lot of room, NVTS. Okay, so this is an earnings play, May 15th. Yeah, post yesterday. Trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q1 financial results. Hey guys, keep an eye on Beam now. Beam is having a bit of a surge. BEEM. You can see here's VWAP is 1144, so that might be a bit of a magnet. Okay. So it had the nice drop all the way down to 1050, but now it's trying to pop over, maybe over that whole number. And it's an earnings play, so it's still strong. I mean, it's up 9.5%. Got up to 1251 in the pre-market. Takes out that whole number. Could have a bit of a run. The VWAP may stall it. 1144 is where the VWAP is. And I would, keep an eye on the APLD for sure. I mean, if it, might happen later on in the day. Did it win a race here? Yeah, it won 3 races, so may happen later on. Just one of these stocks that, out of not out of nowhere, but, just kind of resting, and then maybe the enthusiasm comes back later on in the day, and that is the APLD. Oh, anybody with those, I keep saying it, OMH shorts. Wow. Assuming you mean, okay, for those of you who are looking at the more expensive plays, HD, Home Depot trying to hold the VWAP, I believe, 282.06, 282.06. So trying to hold the VWAP earnings play. Really got it nailed in the pre-market all the way down to 272, but a $10 rebound. All right, let's take a look at Zila. So now the idea is to take a look at these ones that have won races. It's the top 10 list for you. Now remember, I have the other one, the large cap gainers from the open. You will not see huge percentage moves in that one, but because they're larger caps, 500 million minimum. But because of that, it could be, I hate to use the term easier to trade, but certainly not as volatile usually. ZI, let's take a look at ZI. We was talking about ZI, ZI, ZI. Looking at a break of the VWAP. Where's the VWAP? 2259. Okay. Yeah, it breaks the VWAP. It could get on its way. Got up to 2385. So that's, I mean, that has a lot of room that it could keep going. Is there any news on this one? Traders circulate rumor suggesting large activist looks to be buying company. I'm sure somebody probably put that in earlier, but that is the news. It's the old traders circulating a rumor. Whoa. And as I'm watching APLD, all of a sudden, he just got hit. I wonder, don't tell me they're announcing a financing or something. That was a pretty big sell, from 527 all the way down to 450 like that. Sometimes that is, but guys, that's why we wait. Okay. I was saying, like, if we get back up, hold that 5 level, and Oh, that news was not new today for the APLD? Something's happening with my, so that is not new today? Oh, I see. No new news since then. Okay. I thought you meant this was old news also, just regurgitated. Whoa, Bayos, guys. This is another one that has done the crazy in the past. What does this program do the best? Well, I mean, you can create your own scans, of course, but it depends on what sort of a trader you are. If you're looking at the question coming from our YouTube room, well, we probably the best real-time alerts. Okay, a lot of screeners out there, a lot of screeners but real-time alerting is probably what how I would say we do the best. Well, I don't know the best, but certainly that's what we pride ourselves on. Real-time alerts. So you can create your own screen, you can create your own scan, and depending on what you choose for your real-time alert, be it a new high of the day or a new 5-minute high or new 30-minute high, or we've got all sorts of different real-time alerts. That is what we're really good at, giving you instant real-time alerts. Somebody just popped in. Oh, Michael, are you there?
Yeah, man.
Oh, you're there. Okay. I thought you were going to be a little bit late. Just give me a moment then, okay? I got to pop. I was anticipating maybe 12:05. Just give me a moment while I pop the YouTube link in for the guys to head over and listen to you.
Cool.
Okay. So, guys, Michael is there. I'm just going to put on a break. Can you go to one, Michael, or do you
Yeah,
need to
no,
take off early? Okay.
no,
On a
it's all
break
good.
back around. Whoops. 1 p.m. ET. And I'll give you guys the YouTube link. Let me find it. There you are. Hey guys, so here's the YouTube link. Michael is in our YouTube room now. You can head over and listen to Michael if you want. I'll put myself on mute in the main room. And Michael, how did the webinar go?
It went well. It was with, I don't know if you know Anne-Marie Bard.
I know of her. I don't know her, of course. Well, I know you don't know her, but I know what you mean. But I know of her. She's been
Yep.
around for quite a while, hasn't she?
Yes, no, I've met her a few times at different events. She's very nice. She
Okay.
trades futures, but she just has brought me on, asked me about my life, all that kind of stuff. So I didn't know how long it was going to go. That's why I kind of warned you a bit, but
Okay.
it didn't go nearly as long as I thought. So,
And how is your life? I'll ask you about your life. How is your life?
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
There's no snow, so really, what else can I
Oh
ask
yeah.
for, right?
Yeah, well, we came back to a Vancouver heat wave, so yeah, it's finally we're into mini summer.
Yeah, certainly can't complain. I'll start complaining again when the snow comes back.
Yep. There was next month? No.
Yeah, don't you do that, or I'll come over there. If you turn out to
Well,
be right, I'll fly over there.
our American
Whoop ya.
friends thinks we're snowbound the whole year, so that's why
That
we
was
get
funny with
maybe.
my trip to New York. The amount of times I had to point out Nova Scotia on the map, and they're like, "Oh, I didn't know there was anything over there." Well, yeah, no,
It
not
ended at
much. Just
Ontario. Yeah.
Yeah, I
If they
thought it
if
was
they even
just
do
all
that.
in us. Like, no,
Yeah.
no, I exist too. There's a couple of us anyway.
Okay, my friend, I will let you go, and I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, boys and girls. It's actually been a few weeks. I think one of the weeks I was in New York, and then I think the other one I was speaking at an event or I had something going on. So there may be new people who don't know who I am. So I'll do my little speech. First of all, uh, thank you all for joining us. And what we end up doing um, each and every day at this time is opening up the room to live Q&A about trade ideas, which is something I think that's really, really cool that we do at Trade Ideas that's not done too many other places. So, we understand trading's hard, trading softwares are hard, all that kind of stuff. So we want to make sure that we have a lot of support for when people are going on. I know my screen's a little messy right here. I'm actually going to do something real quick. I have many different virtual machines and things like that. And I just want to make sure there I'll share this one, which is more of showable, we'll say. Yeah, so we open up the room to some live Q&A. We, shoot the shit about anything that's going on in the markets or anything that's going on in trade ideas or any of that kind of stuff. So I will be here for the next hour. My name is Michael Noss. You can find me on Twitter, Michael Noss as well. I do more of the math side of things, I guess, over at Trade Ideas, a lot of the quantitative work, the scan building, that type of stuff. So I've been using Trade Ideas since 2006, so I will most certainly be able to answer any questions you guys have, but that's a little bit more of my focus. Now, for my trading, I am a swing trader. Primarily, I look at the kind of longer term side of things within the market. It just suits my personality a little bit better than looking at really short term type of moves like Barry does. So, lastly, we always appreciate questions, right? These are always events that we do that are designed for Q&A. So it means there is no kind of prepared, right? I haven't prepared anything to show or present. So the more you ask questions, the less likely I will just be waffling on about random stuff for the next hour. So ask away. We always love to have them, right? There's no bad question, especially when it comes to trading, because everything's kind of open for interpretation and that kind of stuff, right? There's no right, there's no wrong. It's all just kind of shades of gray. Right. So the first question is: there a 15-minute AVWAP Market Explorer stuff in the work? There certainly is. There's just a little bit of an issue with it's built and it works in kind of my fancy test environment. There's just a little bit of a bug that we're playing with to make sure that it works well for you guys on the other end. For the anchored VWAP stuff, which is, depending on your time frame, interesting as well, right? So, right, if you don't know what we're talking about, for $49.99, you're able to add on a anchored VWAP product. And if you don't know anchored VWAP, you should definitely check out my buddy Brian Shannon's book, who kind of started this all, and we're building this in conjunction with him. And it's anchored VWAP maximum gains with anchored VWAP. And what the product does is it's got a series of scans in there. And not only do the scans take place, but actually, let's go to the new fancy charts. And I'll remove a bunch of indicators while I'm here. It will auto draw the tool for you. And I, for one, am absolutely loving it as I may need a restart. Oh, it's working. I, for one, am loving it as a trading tool as well, right? See, this is, I may have to go to the other virtual machine. This is the one where we test. So we always pound away on things to try to make sure that they're working as well as we can before we release them into new betas. Let's actually duplicate this. Duplicate here. There we go. And let's make this a weekly chart. So this is something else we're working on, and we're calling them picture-in-picture charts. But this one I really like, which is our anchored view app from IPO. We can click through, and you see how this purple line, it's auto drawing the VWAP for you, right? So you don't have to, load up the scan and then click it and try to figure out where it is. It's auto drawing this for you and saying, hey, this is where the anchored VWAP is, if it's something that's interesting to you. And one thing that I'm really liking this time of year, or this time of quarter, I guess, is this large gap. SMCI is actually a trade that I'm in right now. I pointed this out to the traders in the room yesterday. But what this scan's looking for is the anchored VWAP from some sort of large gap. And in this market environment right now, those large gaps are often they're often earnings gaps. So we have this massive earnings gap and then this massive run on earnings in SMCI, which is in the semiconductor space. And we know that's been super strong. And then it pulls back and it finds support at that anchored VWAP. Then it just kind of puts in this range. Looks like 140 or so was the area. I actually just put a stop limit, I think at 140.50, I think, just to give it a little bit of a room. And it looks like I'm going to be up on that one nicely. I actually may go over to my other account here, maybe pair a little bit off or something like that. Just a great trade. And this thing is just in this bottom corner, we have what we're calling our picture-in-picture charts. So this the bottom corner here is a weekly chart, and there's a daily chart. I really actually love these. As someone who, you can tell, I keep my screen like really clutter free, really, really basic in through here. Just as basic and as clutter free as I can. It's really great to say, oh, this is a really long-term perspective of something that I'm kind of zoomed in on the daily chart. You can see just an absolute monster. His lows here are like $15 to 150. So a 10x on this one over the last year or two. So it's really good just to be able to do that quick analysis, and then you can hide it if you don't like that just by clicking the little chevron, I think they call it in there. What does the software do best for traders? I would say what this software does best for traders is very wide breadth and customization of its scanning, right? So, a trader isn't one type of thing, right? There's many, many different types of traders. There's many different time frames. There's revision to the mean people. There's fundamental people. There's technical people. There's quantitative people, long-term investors, swing traders, position traders, scalpers, just a massive breadth of what a quote unquote trader is. The ability that someone like Barry, who's very short-term trading, momentum, low float guys, can find a lot of stuff that works. For myself, who's more quantitative and algorithmic and really, like, I'm an awful day trader. I do my best work in the swing environment. The fact that we can find tools within the system to help us and to help us find names and save time, I think that's one of the things that Trade Ideas does amazingly. So, first you have to decide what it is that you're doing. What are you as a trader? What's your time frame? What are you looking for? That kind of stuff. Then Trade Ideas can do a good job of helping you find that thing. Important to note, it's that, and it's certainly not, make you any money without, or making you a bunch of money without doing any work, right? That's anyone who tells you they can do that, they're not your friend. But for me, again, I have a setup that I really like, where I like these post earnings gaps. You ever see me on Trader TV? I talk about this at least once a quarter as one of my favorite setups, where I want to see something pop on earnings. I want to see it consolidate for a period of time, and I want to see it break out. It is a very basic strategy, but can be really, really powerful when you catch a runner, right? Just like any trend following in nature, it's probably right a little bit less than 50-50. But I can find stuff like this that works for me. And if that's not something that works for you, well, you should be able to find and build something different, right? What do you look at after the market closes for future trades? I don't trade futures. I that's not sometimes I will trade something like gold or something. But again, I'm a swing trader. So as soon as the market closes, I'm out. I do most of my work when it relates to trading between say 3 Eastern and 4:30 or so Eastern. Um where I am for that last hour of the day. I'm going through my swings and I'm seeing what I have to adjust and what do I have to sell some of. So, like, assuming, let's like all knock on wood here, SMCI doesn't just totally reverse between now and the close, I will probably be loading up my brokerage account and selling a chunk of that to lock in some of those gains. Um, but then then I go through and I just look at where the market closes that day and all that kind of stuff. But then I'm done. you know Maybe on my phone, if I'm bored at night, I'll take a look at a trade here or there. Maybe Sunday mornings when futures open, or Sunday evenings when futures open, I'll take a look to see if we've got any crazy gaps or anything. But I'm just not a futures trader. um it's important to know what you do, what you're good at, and kind of avoid everything else, in my opinion. A possibility trade of the week will work, like this week's not doing very well. I don't think it triggered. KHC. I'll have to look. Let me take a look here. KHC. Let me read about Friday's high. Briefly broke Friday's high for 2 seconds, but yeah, I wouldn't be in this thing anyway. Yeah, and even if you did get in, it's well past its risk management point, so there's no trade here anymore. It's very, very clearly defined in the email where the risk management was, and that was below this anchored view app. I think they have an exact price and everything for it, right? So you would have been out if you were following the rules at all. You would have been out yesterday if you got in. Now, I think that spike probably happened in the first like minute of the day. So let's go 15 minutes and see. I don't. Again, I wouldn't. Yeah, so that it opened right there and just sold off immediately. So I wouldn't have gotten in any of that. And even if you did, you would have just been out for a small loss at the end of the day. So if you followed the rules at all, you're not in this. And if you didn't, then you that's one of those things you need to ask yourself why. Right? Did you misunderstand them? Did you not read them, carefully enough or well enough? What made you break those rules, or did you have your own kind of idea in which hopefully you're sticking to those rules? Because again, always anyone who suggests a trade or anything, right, always make it your own. But according to the rules that are written in the email, you're out of that and you've moved on with your life, on to the next one. I look for stocks that have been trending up for 6-12 months, then they pull back 5-6 capitulation. You could, again, it will take you time to refine that, but one of the things that I may look at if you're looking for longer term uptrends, is under the Market Explorer, we have TI Strength. And these names, this is an algorithm that I made and tested to kind of show that it's outperformed the market. And what you'll notice is, going through all these names, is they're all relatively strong names. So this might be something that you put these on watch for your kind of a pullback. You can set price alerts and you can do all kinds of things with them. Is FTAI going? Good. I bought some of that one yesterday. AI is continuing its march, looks like. So yeah, you'll notice with all of these names, they all look incredibly, incredibly strong, because that's what they're looking for, is stocks that have been trending for a period of time. Yeah, this AI just kind of popped right back to life there. This is an interesting one to me because it may be, let me bring up my Epic pen. I always forget. This is a little bit of a potential bear trap here where you had a pretty clear area here at 20 that I think everybody was watching, saying, hey, if this gets under 20, this one's probably gone, right? Because this isn't, I'm not a fundamental guy, but I hang out on a lot of Twitter spaces and stuff, and I'm invited to speak there. And I was on a few of them, and a couple people who do follow this kind of fundamental stuff were saying, that this isn't really um, that this is a big test in which, um, or not a big player, I guess, in AI, right? They say I have AI in their name, they have some little AI stuff, but really, when it comes down to it, I think this short float is kind of really what's getting this thing going. Because as soon as it broke down under 20, there was probably a lot of people looking and saying, okay, well, the hullabaloo's over. Now it's time for this thing to go back to where it came from, which it probably does. It probably means it's time to go back for where it came from. But then you have this kind of spike out of the blue yesterday. That's probably caught a lot of this 33% of the float that's short completely off guard. So I wouldn't be shocked if we get some continuation here, even if it's just the short float, unless most of them covered yesterday. But still, fairly strong day, 2 times normal volume. This one's interesting. There's just no chart pattern to see here. It's just interesting to see this back up on the TI strength alerts. And you can also see SMCI was there as well. So I like, for the scans that I like and the scans that I go through every night, which is probably anywhere from 5 to 10 that I go through each night. If I see the same symbol occurring on multiple scans, it makes me a little bit more interested in it, because saying, okay, well, TI strength thinks it's strong. And then I just showed it with the anchored VWAP from the big gap. And I go, okay, well, it's got the anchored VWAP from the big gap, and it's got the TI strength algorithm on its side. That's really interesting to me. And then also, what pointed me out on this one, again, I'm not saying this already up 6% today. It's not something that I would chase up here, but just talking about short floats, this is the kind of stock you want to see with a high short float, right? I always use Bed Bath and Beyond as an example, or I used Bed Bath and Beyond as an example of what when a large short float doesn't matter. I don't think I can use that one anymore because they're bankrupt. They've admitted defeat, tapped out. They're going to sell themselves to who knows what. Equity holders will get zero. I'll have to find another example. But you basically, if the stock's going like this and it's got a massive short float, then the shorts don't care. Shorts are happy. They're making money. If I'm short from up here, even if the stock does a little bit of a rally, and then I don't care because I'm short from up here. I have no need to cover. But if you have something like this with a 14% short float and this thing's ripping to new all-time highs, well, for 100% certainty that all those shorts are wrong, right? They're all losing money. And that's when you can potentially get large short squeezes because, again, they're wrong. They're losing money. So this is really interesting to me. What to use for rate of change filters? Easiest way to do that is just go into, we always have a search box and everything that you can do there, and just go change. So you have change in 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 120 minutes. You've got your daily ones, 10 days, 20 days, 1 year since Jan 1, all this kind of stuff. Most of the stuff built into TI strength stuff uses moving averages, just because they normalize a little bit better. Because the problem I have with rate of change, if it pops like that, then that's going to really spike the rate of change, even if it's just back down later. So yeah, I would just use all those ones. Just go into search, hit change. That's all the ones that we have as well. Pull up and show us this TI strength stats for Meta. It's not really like a stats thing. I wouldn't really worry about the number too much, but I did see Meta on here earlier in the day. There it is right there. So 79, which is fairly high, but for me, it's not so much the number. It's if it's made it into this scan and on this algorithm, then it's a relatively strong stock. And then it's from there, I kind of want to zoom in and look a little bit on my eye. So, right, because you want to make sure that you've got that down where you have, okay, it's relatively strong, and you don't need to be a CMT like myself to know that anything that's gone from $100 to pretty much 250 in a straight line is really really strong. So then you need to go through and you need to go through and you need to say, okay, what do I do with it now? Right? How is the trade come? Like Meta strong, it's on TI strength, but you can just look at it and say, wow, this thing's a monster from these lows, just rocketing. The question is what to do with it now, right? So I like these earnings gaps because you have a pretty defined range after them. Like this one here was another earnings gap, right? So the idea is pretty simple. After earnings, you have large institutions that don't act on the day of earnings, right? You don't have Warren Buffett or big names or anything like that act right as earnings come out. They have to crunch the numbers and they have investment committees and all kinds of hullabaloo stuff. But if they like the earnings, they'll start to buy on dips and do things, and that will create this predefined range. And sometimes when it breaks out of that range, you have nice little sustained uptrends. So this one, you could have gotten in from here and then maybe out before earnings in case it went bad, and a nice little gain there. So that's how I kind of play these ranges. So same with this Meta after this earnings report. If it kind of bases here for another couple days, well, then I think you got a pretty simple idea, right? If it breaks down into the gap, that's probably not what you want to see. And then if it breaks out, that's probably what you want to see, right? So is TI strength your personally created scan? So this will look the same for everyone. The This will look the same for everyone because it's a built algorithm that's just in the system. If you go to new and then Market Explorer window right up here, it will open up a blue window that looks like this, and then you just right click and hit select strategy, and it's under TI strength right here. And again, the idea is it's a simple algorithm that combines a whole bunch of indicators and chart patterns and all this stuff into a nice little number, and then it ranks every stock in the universe by that number. Right? So it's just constantly ranking stocks by that number inside of the universe. So it's it updates every 10 seconds or so, and it shows. And I have back tested it and I've proven the if you own a basket of these stocks and you rotate into it, then it will it outperforms the overall market just by simply rolling into it. Not in like it's going to turn, make you $1 trillion or anything, but just by holding the strongest stocks, which there's a lot of academic research on, is way better than owning the weakest stocks, which is just something that's really hard, especially for new traders to kind of get around, where a lot of people want to own the weakest stuff. If I go over here, do I have it logged in here? So question in about the custom filters. So there's two ways personally to do the custom filters. New one is just under tools, and you need to understand programming a little bit to do this kind of stuff. Opens this tab right here, and you can create new filters. Now, I suggest going to the website, which is what I'm trying to load up for you here on just another screen. One moment. Where is Safari? So if you're in, how do I present? Go into here. So if you go into your account management section here, and then you go up to the top where it says My TI Pro. So you get to this section just by going to tradeadeas.com and logging in. There we have a custom formula section. And the reason I suggest going here on the website is because it has these resources right here where you have, if you click on overview, it has this PDF right here, which explains to you quite a bit how to use it. And then if you go to the filter codes, it has basically all of the filter codes that you can reference. If it's here, you can reference it. If it's not here, then you can't. I mean, that's kind of the simplest way to put it. Also, I guess some of them may exist here, but if they're not on these two pages, then you can't reference them. And then it's simply, what do you want to build, right? So let's look at something easy. Yeah, so this is just me building the average shoe range, but as a percentage instead of as a dollar amount, which is in the system. And you just type in your description. It's whatever you want to look at. It's percentage base, right? So this is just, I want to do percentage instead of dollars. And then, to do a percentage is just the ATR, which I found from the filter code section. Right, scroll down to let's do average shoe range. Right, it says it's square bracket ATR square bracket, and then divide that by price times by 100. That's how you get a percentage. It's possible to build somewhat complex indicator, such as the average volume ratio to this time day. No, the point of the custom formula section is to take any filters that we currently have and do some basic math to them, right? So you can take any formula that you see here and you can divide it by any other formula you see here, or add it to any formula you see here, that kind of stuff. But we don't have a programming language, and it's just not something that we're really interested in diving too deep to. So I would explore those sections and basically just understand that if it's in there, you can mess with it to your heart's content, and if it's not in there, then it's just not something that can be accessed by the custom formula section. A lot of times, what it is used for by our clients is stuff like I just showed with the ATR. The ATR percentage, right? Maybe they want to express ATR as a percentage instead of a dollar amount, so they can go in and kind of make that simple change or addition. Oh, thank you so much. No problem at all. What are the requirements for the stock composite scoring? We won't go. So there's the score, which we call it, which is right in here. Obviously, not going to give away the exact code behind it, but what it's doing is it's doing a lot of what I talked about with the TI strength algorithm, but the TI strength algorithm is used with just fundamental data. So simply fundamental, and that's it. The Yeah, sorry, I like that. The custom formulas are TI Lego. That's a good description, right? Any block that currently exists, you can push with any other block, but you can't do. I think that's a really good description of it. So yeah, so the TI strength alerts and the algorithm there is 100% technically and quantitatively driven. There's nothing else that is part of TI strength. It's just pure, 100% technical and quantitative in nature. Whereas the score, I would say, is probably 70% technical in nature, but also adds in some some fundamental filters. So certain things like, are earnings growing? Are earnings positive? Do they have cash on hand? Like, what's their cash to debt ratio? That type of thing. So that's the difference between the composite rating and TI strength. The composite rating is another good way to build a scan to say, not only am I going to find names that are technically strong, but they're also fundamentally strong. The difference being that I don't care about the fundamental aspect of it, right? Peloton was a great trade, even though the company doesn't make any sense and they didn't make any money, right? You could have made a bunch of money. And I know the TI strength algorithm was long Peloton for a long period of time. Again, even though it's, it's a bike with an iPad taped to it. But if the technicals are strong, then you should be involved, in my opinion. And that's the beauty of trade ideas. If you want a right, if you want a fundamental spin, right, then you can add that. Right. So Peloton, when it was rocketing, that was technically strong. And as soon as it broke, I've never looked back. I've never been involved in this thing. Probably going to go bankrupt. I wouldn't be shocked if it went bankrupt or got bought out someday to some other company for $1. But if you're someone who does care about that stuff, then you can go from there. So you can think of kind of the composite rating is kind of like a William O'Neill style thing, in which it's looking for earnings growth and cash on hand and all that kind of stuff. But again, mostly technical, because that's just what we do at Trade Ideas. We mostly believe in the technical side of things over everything else. Michael, I noticed you're not doing your end of week live stream. I've been very busy. I may start to do, maybe after the summer, I'll start doing my end of week live stream. The channel will start to get way more content soon. I've got a plan for that. Almost daily content. Yeah, I've just been swamped with. I went to New York to go to the CMT event, and then I went to Toronto and I hung out with Trader TV guys, and I've been doing a lot, and I've been all over, so it's been hard to keep up with a lot of that stuff. Plus, do I want to spend Friday nights during the summer after the market closed sitting in my office? So if I bring them back, they may be Sunday or something like that instead. So we still have another 20 minutes, 25 minutes. If you guys have any questions, I'll just be looking through. Again, I am in love right now. And I think it's the time of quarter for this one where these post earnings or these post earnings gap plays. Like RCL, I don't think I got this one, but I was looking at this one yesterday. It had earnings, gapped up on earnings, and then ran a bit. So, as someone who doesn't look at the fundamentals, that's enough for me to say, oh yeah, these things do really, something happened that the market liked, pulled back into that anchored VWAP, hit it perfectly, and now it's bouncing off it today. And I've just seen that like over and over and over and over again. That it's very, very interesting to me. Right. So this VHSH, I don't know, electronic component manufacturing, semiconductors. All right. So this would be kind of in the same vein as SMCI and all that kind of stuff. Right. Earnings. So it gapped up on earnings and it ran and it came back and tagged that level. And now we're bouncing. These look like a really interesting short-term nature for shorter term swing trades. They look very interesting. And again, I love the fact that it just draws the anchored VWAP for me, so I don't have to, right? So this one didn't look like it was earnings. The earnings was here. It gapped a little bit off earnings, and then it gapped again. So this is a biological product manufacturing. That's interesting. Array, surgical and medical device, right? So the thing I like about these earnings gaps is that it shows me that there is some sort of fundamental shift or change that I don't need to know or understand, because I don't understand, nor will I probably ever. Um, the whole point behind all of this when it comes to fundamental stuff. I don't think, for me in my trading, I don't think it matters a whole lot. My friggin' my web camera here is just like really mad. I don't know why. Keeps yelling at me to update, and then I update, and then away it goes. So, how do you make a scan that shows only earnings gap? I have one of those. Let me actually see if I can find that one. Let me see here. Let me see. Because this is something power earnings scan. I don't know why it's not in. Sorry, I'm on a different. So I have, because I do a lot of the building of stuff and I do a lot of the presentation of stuff. I basically have two virtual machines I run, right? Because I have the one that I show everybody, and then I have the one that I build stuff on. And they're mostly the same. It's just, if I'm on an early version and I'm plugging away on something, I don't want it to break down. I don't want to have like that blue screen moment, or the moment where Elon threw the steel ball through his window. So I always have like a different area that I play with. And then, so I just want to make sure this works. Oh, hold on. Save and share to cloud. Save and share. This is one thing that Tradius does awesome. This link sharing thing. So I can do this kind of stuff. Let's load that. Does that work? Yeah. All right. So, boom. So it should be in the chat there. But basically, what this, and I can show you how I built this, because I think it's always better, right? It's the whole give a man a fish, teach a man a fish thing. So what I did was I just went through, and we'll hide all unused. There we go. So, some amount of volume, 150,000 shares I have. Depending on your tolerance, you may want to make this a little bit more or less, or whatever. And then earnings days. And if you ever want to know what a filter is, you can actually right click and click help, and it will load up. It's a pretty exhaustive website, so give it a second. There's a lot going on. All right, so earnings days. How many longs and days until the next earnings? So, reported earnings last week is -5 to 0. Right. So, what I did is I said, okay, well, I want the max to be -5. So at least 5 days ago, earnings occurred. At least 5 days ago, earnings occurred. Price, 0 to 500. That's just me. Some people don't like stocks under 20, over 20, or whatever. You just make that change for yourself. And then still under the 10-day moving average, give or take. But the main thing is the you could also do position and range, but I think I just use the 10 period moving average and the 20 period moving average just as a way to say it's in a longer term uptrend, but it's in kind of a shorter term downtrend. Um, so you can see how simple this is. And as soon as your scan, I would say, starts to get like 20 different filters in it, you've probably lost the plot. Because again, the idea is I'm looking for stuff that's fairly strong after earnings, but not like running away. And that's what I use the 10-day moving average for. If it's, I don't want something that reported earnings that just ran, because that's great for anyone who's in it, but I'm not in it. Right. So um I want something that has some sort of consolidation. And what you'll find in most cases, that's it, that's the whole scan. You'll find in most cases they kind of look like this. So the other thing I did is I sorted by short float, because again, in my opinion, and the way I think about it is, if so 36% of this float is short, right? And it makes sense. The stock went from $60 down to $30, right? So they've been making money, but maybe if the earnings is really, really good, and that might make those shorts start to worry. If they look at it and they say, "Oh, I thought this company sucked, and that's why there's so many people shorted." But now it's like, "Oh, they reported, maybe really good earnings and whatever." That's why the 20 period moving average is to try to catch stuff that kind of looks like this, where it gapped down, consolidated for a while, and then earnings came out and it gapped up, and now it's holding high. So maybe, again, the idea is I basically set, and you can just do that in trade ideas. You can just right click on the chart, you can create a price alert, and you can hit save. And you see down here on the bottom, it popped up this price alert. So it's just telling me, hey, we could delete these. So now it's going to let me know if and when price gets above here. And this is what I do quite often with this particular strategy, is I just kind of say, okay, here is here's the range, and that's let me know when it gets up there. And then you just kind of, I go through this list every night. So I have this on the other machine that I was talking about. So HELE is another interesting one, right? Look at the weekly chart. This thing's been absolutely getting hammered, but earnings gapped it up, pushed it higher, and now it's got this really tight consolidation going on with a 30% short float. So maybe if this thing gets going, they go, "Oh crap, earnings was better than I thought. It's time to go." So let's just set an alert to say, "Hey, if this gets over $100, let me know." So that's kind of how I take a look at it, and I will go through. Now, what I will say is that, of course, this scan is amazing now, right? But you know, earnings happens on this kind of quarterly rhythmic basis. Now, I really think if you're someone who's a swing trader or a longer term investor, and you're looking for a really basic strategy, that I think over the long run, again, I'd be willing to bet that these have less than a 50-50 win rate. But when they go, they can really, really go, because you have that fundamental change on it. I think this is a really good one because it's simple. You don't need, if HELE closes above $100, I'll probably buy it. If it closes back down to this kind of 93 area, I'll get back out. It's just the plan is simple. And then, some sort of trailing stop or something like that to just keep you in case it really runs. But you got to know that there's going to be periods of time where there's going to be a lot of really good looking symbols. And then there's going to be periods of time where there's not. Like this one, I'd be kind of interested in, but not too much. I want to see it hold well after earnings, just to prove that there are some dip buyers in it. There's people who are buying as this thing kind of pulls in. So ideally for me, the pattern looks something like, right, a big gap up on earnings and then a chop, like we talked about with Meta and stuff like that. And again, knowing a lot of times these are going to fail, but every now and then you're going to grab one and it's going to have a massive reversal because whatever earnings took place really kind of shocked the market. But yeah, like this thing, I'd be no interest in at all, right? Because this Newegg's been just absolutely crushed from $30 down to 1. And on earnings, it didn't really move and it just kind of chopped around. So, right. So always understand that a scan is just to point you in the right direction, right? You always need to have your trading plan kind of set. Say these are the ones that I want to look at. And if you start trading this one and it starts working, make sure you're taking screenshots of the ones that do well, and you'll start to notice patterns, and then it will make it easier to go and do more of them. There's one trader that I talked to who trades this style, and he actually was joking. He says the wall beside him in his office, he just has print off after print off after print off of good ones, so that it reminds him as he's going through these scans each night what those good ones look at. Yeah, see, there's not a lot in this scan that really are standing out to me too much right now, and that just I think because it's the time of quarter, right? Um, we're past earnings, and we've been past earnings for a little bit. So this is kind of um, the best that I've come up with, and play with it. You may come up with others for all different type of earnings plays, right? So you'll notice sometimes, right, you get this spike and this pullback because I see that question right there, earning spikes and a little pullback, and it should only take, say there's 100 symbols on here, should only take a little bit each night. So like DraftKings is something that I'm watching. I know I have on watch. Right? If it holds the kind of low end of this earnings, that's fantastic. But I don't want to buy it. You could, again, there's the way I trade. I just want to buy the breakout, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with saying, I'm going to pick up something around here, and if it breaks back into the gap, I'm going to get out. But for me, it's right. When it pulls back after earnings, are there buyers here? I don't know. So we'll have to see. If those buyers come in and they're able to push it higher, that's interesting to me because again, DraftKings got smoked. And then it's put in this kind of rounded bottom, and then maybe it will take off after that. And that's, I'd say, more than anything, understanding that's how somebody makes a systematic trading strategy, I think is more important than anything else, right? As opposed to what happens to each of these individual trades, I could care less, right? Some trades are going to work, some trades aren't going to work. That's the nature of it. That's the nature of the game. That's the nature of trading. Sometimes they'll work great, sometimes they won't. But having something that you can always kind of go back to and repeat over and over again for months and years, because hopefully your game plan as a trader is to do this for months or years. And if it's not, then I think you're in kind of a get rich quick kind of mind frame, and I think you got to change yourself from that. But yeah, for me, the mantra I always do before I get into every trade and while I'm thinking about trading is, what would happen if I did this 1,000 times? Because hopefully you are going to do it, many thousands of times. So every time before I click the button, I say, hey, is this something if I do it 1,000 times, over that 1,000 times, will I make money? Because again, each individual trade is almost as irrelevant as it can possibly get in the grand scheme of things. Again, unless you're really swinging for the fence, which good luck to you. Goodyear tires seem bullish. So here's another good one. Again, I really like the Anchored View app one because it's kind of showing me that there is some buyers around these Anchored View apps, which are places that we know that institutions will and do transact. So this one had that earnings gap, and then it came down, and it's just holding. So I'm liking this one better than the one that I built, and that's because it's built off a system that is more granular, and you can do more with than you can with the standard trade ideas. So the Shopify is getting really interesting. Big gap up on earnings, comes back. It holds this kind of $60 area or so. That might be the trade to make. Again, we are very much on the heel end of these earnings, this earnings season, though. I find these work the best in kind of the middle of earnings season. Um, after about a lot of the big guys have reported, 5 or so days ago. That's when you'll get. It doesn't mean you'll have a lot of. That means it'll. Sorry, that doesn't mean it will not work this time. There'll just be less trades, right? So the sneaky whispering voice. Um, Gold short from early May worked. I've been trading gold a lot. I am long-term bullish gold. But yeah, it had gotten a little long in the tooth up there, hitting this prior area. But if we look at the longer term chart here in gold, right, if we can ever kind of get and hold above this area, then I think that's where things get really interesting. Because if you go really long term in gold, you have a pretty kind of cup and handle looking type of thing. But yeah, it did get a little overextended there. I started to buy gold, and I talked about this on one of my Trader TV appearances. But you know, there was a couple things that just made me chuckle about gold. Is that the technical setup for me on gold was the fact that it had this support for a long period of time, and then it undercut that support. So it undercut the support, and then it came back up. So that's a potential bear trap where they kind of hung out. They broke a support area, and then it just whipped right back up. But I thought it was funny that the whole time that inflation was through the roof, gold got killed. And then as soon as inflation started to kind of peak out and started to come down, that's when gold rallied. And to me, that's just funny because there's people out there that trade off of news events, and there's people out there that trade off of news and say, hey, this is the way, quote unquote, things should work. And it it never works the way things should work. That's a tenet of trading, I would say, in which um you know it's always going to work the way that you would least expect it, right? And gold tanking during high inflation and then rallying during calming inflation is kind of the most like poetic thing that the market can do. So I was like, that's probably going to be a good buy. So I think I started to buy in this area right here after it broke down that's major support and then just rallied right above, right? So um but yeah, I still think over time, not now, right? But I still think over time gold may break out of these very long-term highs and continue to be a pretty good trade. So I am watching it on the long side, but like anything, you've got to wait for a setup. If you have your long-term theory or your long-term synopsis, it doesn't mean you just pull the trigger and do something crazy. Hold something that sucks or YOLO into a meme stock that's going bankrupt or something because you have some sort of synopsis. You wait for the price to confirm your theory, right? So that's where I'm at with gold right now. I think it's probably going to push, break those, and move higher. But I am waiting for that theory to be confirmed somehow. Angie, that's an interesting one. Advertising agencies. digital marketplace for home services. Right. So it had that earnings gap where it gapped and it kind of broke this big rounded bottom it's had for a long time. Nearly 10% of the float is short, and it's kind of pulling and it's holding above that anchored VWAP. So set an alert here. This is a real slow one. I just noticed that's $3 right here, and then that's $4. So this is a mega slow burner. But that's 50%. So or 25%. So no complaint there. So DraftKings, yeah, finally broke under that anchored VWAP. So it's got to hold this low right here, or it's going to be time to move on that one. A lot of traders are saying this market.
Come on, Michael, you have to be hearing me.
I hear you now.
I'm trying to do the sneaky whispering that El Benson was alluding to.
No,
But-
you're being. I think your mic was cutting out your creepiness. Saying no, that's too creepy.
Wait a minute. Oh, there's a creepy. You're right. There's a creepy setting here.
Yeah, you gotta
go.
turn off the creepy filter, and
There we go.
you'll be good to go. There's a couple questions right here.
Yeah,
right?
I might want to answer Trader Tim about filter the news feed.
Yeah, absolutely. Nope. It's just not
Mhm.
really what we're into. So
Nope.
the news feed will just filter by what it is that you're looking at the time, but scanning by news or anything like that, not currently. It's not really our focus is news. We're more on the technical side. The point of the news feed more is to take a look. If you're looking at a stock for a technical or fundamental reason, you can kind of look through and see if there's anything that's kind of interesting, right? You see something gapping, you want to know why or something like that, but really it's not a huge focus for us, to be blunt. But the other question by Circle here, a lot of traders are saying the market is one of the hardest to trade compared to the others in the past. It depends on your time frame, right? So like, yeah, we are hard stuck in a range here on the SPY. Just hard, like, geez, look at this. Just absolutely insane. A way to measure this mathematically too is I always like the Bollinger Band width. This basically just shows you the volatility of whatever you're looking at, and I think it's as low as it's ever been, or at least for an incredibly long period of time. Yeah, just nothing's going on. So that's
Also,
really hard for people.
I would also answer it this way, though. Yeah, if you're looking at the mega cap stocks, I'm sure it must be frustrating as anything if you're trying to swing trade, even if you're trying to intraday day trade. But with trade ideas, if you're looking for action, the SPY doesn't matter. I mean, if you're looking for the action type stocks that, as a day trader, we can always find them. I mean, and this perfect circle. I know you're not that type of trader, though. So I can see, I mean, just look at the SPY today on the 15-minute chart. Up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Used to be you could look at a 15-minute chart and it would be relatively smooth. Not anymore. I don't even know what time frame you have to go. Even a daily chart, it looks awful, just like you're saying. Kind of range bound and all. But with trade ideas, if you're looking for action stocks, there's no such thing as a dull market.
Well, that's so I was talking pretty much the whole time about I don't know if you were listening, but my post earnings swing trading setup.
Yeah.
And that's another way that I've been dealing with this kind of slow market is that, these are from more of a swing trading way, the same kind of things a lot of people do from the day trading side of things, where you're looking for something that for it to make this list, it's had some sort of, like, this HELE is one that I'm really watching. This has had some sort of catalyst, right? This thing's been getting hammered, and then it's had a massive move, and now it's consolidating sideways. So this kind of thing from a swing trader's point of view for me is helping out dramatically to say, find stuff that's not going to be hard stuck with the market. But it's just important to know, especially if you are a swing trader, that you don't always have to trade. Same with day trading, right? There's going to be some days where maybe your scans aren't producing a lot, or maybe there's not much going on, or even maybe it's just because you're not feeling it. But I've heard a lot from the swing trader side of people. Oh, I'm getting caught up. I'm getting chopped around all over the place. And my suggestion was to look at this. Look at something that's had news or earnings recently. The AI stuff is moving again. All that kind of stuff is good from a swing trading point of view. And if you don't want to, if you just want to focus on the big names, then you just got to sit for a while, right? And um,
You almost have to sit, you almost have to sit till next earnings season. I mean, it's for the big names anyway, because they're not going to move unless Meta comes out with some astonishing news or Amazon comes out with astonishing news. They're not going to move that much,
no,
until
if the market breaks, maybe. And I don't
yeah,
know
if the
anything
market
about
breaks,
this,
yes.
but I don't know anything about any of this stuff, and I avoid U.S. news like the plague, and I'm sure I'll do that till the day I die. But there's some sort of debt ceiling I hear mentioned all the time. So I guess if that
June
gets
1,
worked out,
it's Armageddon.
yeah, I'm sure.
It's
I've
Armageddon.
heard
It's
I've
all over
heard
on June 1.
yeah, I'm sure it is, or it will be we'll be fine like it always is. But yeah, and it's
Yeah.
the market has this period, and that's the thing is we know there's only two things we know for certain in the market that has been studied, and we have the math behind it. And it's one that prices don't mean revert, that prices are trending, asset prices trend over time, but volatility mean reverts, right? So it means that if there is a period of low volatility, that inevitably that will be followed by a period of high volatility. And if there's a period of high volatility, it will inevitably be followed by a period of low volatility. So at some point, this market's going to break out and then get interesting again. It's just important that from the trader point of view, if that's your time frame, that you have the patience to wait for that to occur. Um,
Speaking of
read a
which,
book,
Michael,
go
APLD, I
outside.
know you want to take this one. APLD, I know you want to take it. APLD just broke out to a really interesting level. I know you don't look at the news, but if you look at the news that they released today, something like a $120 million contract over 2 years, and it's an AI
That's
play. I
good.
mean, I call it. I don't call it AI anymore. I call it our daily watch list. And but look at the gap. I mean, look at the potential gap fill. And
Yeah. Well, and
and
120 million contract for a 500 million dollar market cap stock is
yes,
pretty substantial. That's
exactly.
a big chunk of business compared to what their market cap is for sure.
Yeah. So I best take over so I can get back into all the rooms. So thank you again for your insight, as always. I'm sure there was. I saw you share that power earnings gap scan, so
Yep.
I also saved it in case anybody wants it later. So that's pretty cool. I'll even take a look at it. But I know what you said. It's going to work a lot better probably in the middle of earnings season rather than right
Yeah.
at the tail end.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
okay, my friend, I will
Okay.
take over now,
Sounds
and
good. And I will see you in a little bit.
you will.
Later.
Okay, everybody, I am now back in. Whoops. All of the rooms. Let me just give me a moment here as I get my music all set up. Here we go. Right, yeah, PLD, it did kind of trigger, it pulled back, but as I said earlier, this could have this, late day run. I mean, with that news, the float is not excessive. It's not super low, but it's certainly not excessive. And huge area to try to really break out of. I know it's up 54% already, but I mean, when you look left, this is way back in April of 2022 that it had the big, I think, as Casa pointed out, I think this is a reverse split. So that is, reverse split adjusted. That's why it's up there. And Real is suggesting I take a look at MEGL, MEGL, Megalicious, MEGL. Wow. Yeah, I did see it. I was on my break. I did see this first pop. And I do see the pullback. And now look at it. And this is shortable too. I don't know if that's why you're talking about it more as a short, 48,000 at Interactive Brokers coming right into maybe a little resistance area of 230-ish. And I'm sure you're talking about it. Yeah, I'm sure you're talking about it because it's way above the channel. I mentioned Beam, guys, a little bit earlier. This was something I was, looking to short earlier, and then, would have been a nice little short on the 11 break. I mentioned it right about here when it broke 11. I was wondering, could it get near the VWAP, 1142, and it certainly did. It not only did it get near it, but it broke through by about 30 cents up to 1174. So that would have been an interesting one to have taken if you took it on that 11 break. And I see that Zila did actually, it pulled back and then it popped up to the new high. Yeah, look at that. Choppy though. I mean, you've got to deal with a lot of chop. I checked another site and it appears to have about 5 million shares in the float. So it is a low float. And there's the APLD. APLD, I'm telling you, this this news, and the news definitely seems really interesting. And it's all about the gap though, guys. It's all about looking left to see where it could go. And the volume is, yeah, it's sort of picking up a bit. What time is it now? 109. So this 15-minute candle has another 6 minutes or so. No, 5 minutes and 15 seconds to close. So it is starting to pick up. What would be nice if it could get, above that candle, the 12 o'clock candle, to really kind of show people maybe there's the enthusiasm is coming back. Okay, Nikki. Okay, I'm looking at the only reason I see this one is I have a thumbnail, but Para I was saying earlier, this could be interesting as a short if it took out the lows, but 1517 is the VWAP. Okay, so if it, I guess there's an argument to be made if it can go through the VWAP. Obviously, it's got some room. Problem is, I mean, this is a beaten up, horrible stock right now. So to get people interested to take it, in any great deal past the VWAP may be a difficult task, but yeah, that AI has been I mean, it sort of held a VWAP, but sort of didn't. I mean, there's the VWAP at 2382. So you can't really say, well, okay, you got down to 2362. So I mean, it's 20 cents below the VWAP. I mean, kind of held it, closed, above it. So it is trying to hold the VWAP. 2382 is the VWAP. That's for AI. And oh yeah, okay. I'm just looking at the beam. Yeah, it broke over the VWAP, BEEM. Well, this APLD is looking really interesting, guys. I mean, the longer it holds in this level, if it gets any sort of volume coming into it. Here's the high of the day is 550. That is a beauteous thing with this potential gap. I've got these are a couple. I am sharing these two scans. That's right. But look at the difference here, guys. These are, excuse me. It's not like the market. I mean, the Dow is, but tech is up or NASA is up. It's down a little. The Dow is down. I guess a fair amount. But look at the stocks. This is again. I'm sharing. Look at these stocks here. I mean, this is a massive list of stocks making 20-day lows versus the ones making 20-day highs. There's your sentiment right here. Excuse me. And these are two top lists that I am sharing on my homepage. Take a look at VKTX. Now, it doesn't mean these are the only stocks making 20-day highs, of course, but with these filters in place, 600,000 shares, up 4% from yesterday's close. Okay, so got to be up 4%. The daily range, yeah, so it's got to be at least within 5% of the high of the day here. And it's got to be at least 100% above the 20-day high. Could be higher, but at least at the 20-day high or greater. And there's hardly any stocks meeting these filter requirements, as opposed to the 20-day low, which is just the flip. Just the flip. Down 2% from yesterday's close. And at the low of the range, I put current volume. I probably should have added it. No, I even put current volume as at least 1 here, meaning it's trading at least normal. But I guess my point is that very few stocks making 20-day highs with those filters. When you look at this, let me get rid of my announcement, which is this is just absolutely huge here. All these stocks making 20-day lows. Take a look at Penn Gaming Stock, PENN. I mean, this is just getting trashed. Hey guys, APLD, it is starting to make that little move here. Oh, it is 1:16, so there is a marketing meeting at 2. This is Eastern time, of course, and I'm going to do of course, I didn't do any videos for the last 7 trading days, so I will do a video today. So I will do a video right now. Give me a moment, please. So I'm going to just put the announcement in. Back around, what time is it now? It is 3:17, so about 1:27. Should be earlier, but hey guys, so I'll mute myself now. How long have I been on mute? Oh dear. I wonder, did I forget to turn my mic on? I know it's on now. Anyway, guys, well, APLD. This looks like it has the look. I was just saying about the AI, trying to hold that VWAP still. 2382 is the VWAP area. And meanwhile, Zila, I don't think I was on mute when I was talking about Zila, XELA. Hmm. You know what, guys? Something happened. I think I'm back. I think I was okay in YouTube, but I think I'm back now. Something happened at my mic. Anyway, Zila and APLD. That I was talking about Zila, and the fact that it did a reverse split, and if these guys are smart, anybody. Did you hear me talk about sort of jokingly that I don't know, 4 months ago, we had about maybe 5 days, which we called it the reverse split sector, in which we had some of these ones that did reverse splits go crazy in the ensuing days. And what they should do, if they're smart, the promoters, I gotta call them the promoters, that's what they are, is put out any sort of a press release, a press release, just to get the action. And this, yeah, probably not many have shorts for this one, XELA. Yeah, there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Typically, when a stock does a reverse split, typically, I would say for most brokers, I'm not talking Centerpoint, but most brokers will not have shorts available. But you're right, if shorts were available, I mean, it looks like it's coming right into a big resistance area, but it's up 116%. APLD, guys, is starting to inch its way up. Boy, that gap is just so unbelievable. And we have a halt here. East. We have a halt for East. East side drilling. We have a halt on the way up. Not very much volume. Now, I forgot to take a look at this one. I think SGE, it popped up on my yeah, so this is nothing. This is an IPO today, but this is what I'm doing. I am going to put an alert at the high of the day, and we'll see if it takes it out tomorrow or in the next little while. This is an IPO today. Not very much volume. IMX. So, but that's what I will do. And that's what I would, my opinion is that if it can take out the high, it probably won't happen today, but if it does tomorrow or the next day, it could get a bit of a run. All right, guys. Beam, BEEM, is now, I think it's Beam, I think it's challenging the VWAP. There it is, guys. So there it is, challenging the VWAP. I don't know why I'm having a tough time with BEEM. Beam. It's an earnings play today. It's challenging the VWAP. 1143. It's sitting right on it. It broke through it. Will it bounce off the VWAP? And we had a pre-market high of 1251. not really trading that much. I know it's 12 times normal, but the overall volume isn't huge, but it is an earnings play. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the. Let's take a look at some of the ones. The 20-day range high, UIHC. Let's see what it is doing. UIHC. It's an earnings play. Yeah, that's right. This is an earnings play. Low float, 19 million in the float. So this is an earnings play, UIHC. Nice break on the daily. Gonna have to back this. I mean, it looks have to back this weekly out to see, or maybe I'll put a monthly chart to see where the next low highs are. We have to go back to not quite 2 years ago, July of 2021, to see highs like this. On a nice run though. Wow. In about 4.5 months, this stock has gone from 30 cents to 5.27. Wow. Hey guys, APLD on the run here, on the move. No, we have a battle now between Zila and APLD. Okay, fighting for the top spot here. And look here in the races, Zila and APLD. APLD, Zila's won 13 races today. Okay, and APLD has only won 3. Only. I'm certainly not recommending swing trading or anything like that, but boy, this one is certainly interesting. If the news, continues to grab the attention, APLD. I did not trade Zila, Carl. How did I trade it? I did not trade Zila. Okay. My favorite short opportunity. I know Alex doesn't think I should, but our YouTube room. But here's GME now. Where's the VWAP? 2185. Man, okay. Well, I mean, there was no guarantee this was going to happen, but I said probably right around here before noon. I said, you know what? We got to watch this. Got to watch it. APLD. Later in the afternoon, look at the volume that's coming in. We got a volume bar like that, not orange. That's a selling volume, but we get a big blue volume. I mean, this could just keep hammering higher. But as always, manage your trades. Okay, if you're in this one, manage your trades. Boy. Well, so that's how I use the AI guys. Now, listen, APLD showed up here also, of course, on my. Well, we saw it in the pre-market. So this is not anything that we didn't know about. APLD, we saw this in the pre-market. Okay, so it's not that we didn't know about this, and that's why you should have been following this. Showed up on the races. Showed up here in my right here, my 10-day daily breakout at 10:48, 527. Showed up in our daily watch list, 474 APLD. Okay. So, I mean, this had to be something that could be watched all day. And interestingly, it's not a crazy low float. This is definitely 100% news driven. All right, guys. Again, this is not one of my favorite intraday traders, but AI holding the VWAP. Looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP again. There it is, 2382. Again, it's been fighting around that VWAP for quite a while. Look at AP. Oof. Well, I play this little game. I keep putting price alerts on top to induce it higher. Of course, I'm just kidding. It's just a game. Baba, nice to be back. You know what? I was all over this. I mean, I took a little scalp short on this AMPL earlier, talking about, but it's bouncing now. AMPL is actually putting a pretty decent bounce in. Uh, You know, it could be a really interesting one tomorrow is HD. Okay, Home Depot. Home Depot had earnings and it's just hanging around the VWAP. Take a look at HD. 282.41, 282.41. So just a little bit above the VWAP. You guys are talking. I haven't seen Gree for a long time. That used to be a. So there it is, Gree. Okay, Gree. Green Ridge. Now you would think it's coming into some kind of resistance between here and maybe 430 for Gree. You would think. What's the spread on spread? What's the float on this one? 29 million in the float. It's an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market really. You know, it was probably the volume. See, the volume is just not that great. Look at the volume. I mean, this is, I mean, 340,000 shares and 140 of it is in this candle right here. So they did a reverse split also, 1 for 10. So this, okay, guys, here we are. 1 for 10 reverse split effective today. So like the Zila. So what traders could be looking at is, okay, I missed out on Zila, which was a reverse split. What could be another one? And maybe it's the green. Now they do have news, if you will. They did release earnings after hours to a dull roar. Look at that. I think you're real. Yeah, I did see the Terry stuff. You know, I was following the discussion in Slack. So yeah, thank you for all that. No shorts available, Baba, for me at Interactive Brokers for OMH. So, but not partake in a short. Yeah, no shorts available all day. So it's not like they came out. Yeah, thanks again, Real, for stepping in. Well, just divide by 10. Now they did the split. They did the split yesterday. So now, you know, the split gets adjusted. Now, today is the day. So usually the split gets adjusted. Say, I'm just going to say the 15th and 30th, unless the 15th and 30th falls on a weekend. So that may not reflect the split. So it could be 2.9 million. Okay, it was a 1 for 10. Yeah. Yeah, so divide that by 10. So you're going to get about 3 million in the float, okay? For agree. And again, this is not, I don't want to say a fault, but you know, that's industry wide that splits, sorry, that floats and short float percents, they get updated twice a month. And to make it easy, I just say the 15th and 30th. So divide that by 10. All right, next, here's one that's new. BBLN, new. Wow, look at this thing go, guys. It's just, tell me it's a reverse flip. Look at BBLN. So there are 5.3 million in the float. And the high looking left is 136. Oh, brother. Another one not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, which many, many, many times is a good thing. Any news on this one? No news that I can see for BBLN. No late breaking traders circulating information about this. Nope, not that I can see. But look at the volume came in 1.44 million right here on this 15-minute candle. And of course, leading or was leading a race, but now this one is taken over. CYCN. What is it doing? Boy, that AI is just teasing at that 200-day moving average. 2382. It's just teasing right around it. God. Moment, guys. All right, guys, it is almost time for me to join this this marketing meeting. So I'm going to put myself on mute in a meeting. What I missed. Okay, I'll pop this in for you. Okay, before I go, why new? Okay, I'll give this to you. Somebody asked for my momentum up and down. I'm going to put this on my homepage, but I'll give this to you right now. Why new? Okay, this is in our YouTube room. There it is. Okay, guys, so on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so this is in our YouTube room. An easy way to get an alert when a stock on a watch list gaps on an intraday chart, 5, 15, 30. So GS, can you hear me? That's what you mean by a gap, of course. Mateo, okay, I'll answer Mateo. Okay, so when you say a gap, are you talking about like a pop in a 5 or 15 or 30-minute pop? Something that is accelerated price wise? And thank you. Yes, thank you for welcoming me back. Okay, so okay, first of all, you know how to attach your watch list to a either an alert. Well, you have to have it attached to an alert window. You know how to do that. So if you have your watch list and you attach it to your alert window, now within your alert window, you have several options, I suppose. So if I go, let's pick one. Let's pick a say 5 minute. Okay, I just want to go 5 minute and let's see what we got. So here's a 5 minute range. Okay, so you could put a very high. Well, let me just show you what I do here. Momentum up. Okay, so if I wanted to, I could attach my watch list to this momentum scan. Okay, and so here, volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, but you can use 5 minutes. You wanted to use five. I think we've got 15 and 30. So you could say, okay, show me stocks in which the volume in the last say 5 minutes was, and now it's up to you, whatever percent you want. This is 5 minutes, but you could use 15, you could use 30, because we do have those time frames with some kind of, big volume increase. And now the trick is, what do you want? What is going to be your real-time alert? Do you want to make it so that if the stock makes a new high for the day or a new 5 minute high, that'll kind of be up to you because you're going to need some kind of a trigger. But this is the key one, the volume in the last, because typically when you get a volume increase like that, you're going to get a price increase. Typically, you're going to get something that's just going to pop because of the volume. Usually, you're going to get a big, sorry, a big price increase also. Now, if you're looking for something though that gapped, I mean, went from here and then the next price is way above it. Typically, you're not going to see anything like that, unless it's a halt, and when it resumes, you're going to get a big move on that first price or that first print. That makes sense. Thank you, MV. Does that all make sense, or do you need kind of a further explanation? I think our volume in the last minute, and also you could put a price, or you could do maybe a range. In the last 5 minutes, the range was, like a compared to, but it all depends on. I would probably use volume because you mean typically, any things that I see here in this momentum up. Typically, when I see it, that means the volume is spiked and the price is moving higher. Well, you could take my momentum scan as an example. Okay, if you if you go to my homepage, and then you can play around with it. But let me give you one moment. Okay, so there's my homepage link, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So you click on my homepage link, and then go to my scan section. Sorry, go to the scan section. Scroll down till you see the scan section right here. Click here, and then click on Momo. So it won't look exactly like this because it's more of a repeating version of the stock over and over, but it'll have that, the volume increases on the 5 minute, and then you can experiment. You don't want the 1 minute. If you don't want the like 1 minute, which is 1,000% of normal in that scan, you can take that out, and you could put 5 minutes. Just keep the 5 minute, and then if you want to add the 15 and the 30, or just try it. I would try it maybe try it with 5 minutes, then try it with 15, then try it with 30, and see what you get. Because remember these. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Volume. Okay, so we've got the five volume in 1 minute, 5 minute, 10, 15, and 30. So you could try, I would try them one at a time. Put some big number in here. These are percentages, okay? So, that's why I've got this 1,000. That means it's trading 1,000 times normal, in that 1 minute burst in that particular scan. So you could try the different time frames. Now, the trick is, what are you going to use as your trigger? Remember, this is an alert window, so you need a trigger. And in this particular case, my trigger is a new high for the day, new high. But you may want to try a new 5 minute high, or a new, 2 minute high, or I don't think we have 2 minute, but maybe we have. You know what I mean? What I would do though is, you want to start off with a new high of the day and just see what you get. You might just want this momentum scan. I mean, I've been using a variation of this for years. And then, of course, put in your price range that you want, or your watch list. If you just want to follow your watch list, you said you know how to attach it, right? You know how to attach your watch list, symbol list to an alert window. I show what? You mean this momentum scan? That's what I wanted you to do. You can. I mean, this is what it looks like, but you can download it from my scan section. But this is what this momentum scan looks like. But oh, you mean how to attach? You mean how to attach your symbol list? Oh, okay. Do you have it? Have you already created the watch list? Oh, do you have symbols in there right now that you want to follow? Okay, good. So now all you have to do is create your alert window and then click on symbol lists. All right. And then if you don't see the symbol list that you created in this left-hand column, then you have to go add existing list and find it. Now, I'm sure if you probably haven't created too many, so it might be right at the top. And you just highlight it, just like left click on it, and it'll automatically move over here. Okay. Because you have to see it in the left-hand column. So let's assume you did. And now you see it. And then this is a drop-down menu. Exclude the following lists. Okay, well, the default is all symbols. Most people want to see every symbol coming through, but now you would just say only the following lists, only the following list, and check it. Okay, and once you do that, then that alert window will only follow that symbol list, watch list that you've attached to it. And then you say, okay, and that's it. Well, the hard part, not necessarily the hard part, but you created the symbol list. It's just making sure it's over in this left-hand column. Click on add existing list, find it, left click on it. It'll move over here. And then again, this is just a drop-down menu. All symbols, only the following, exclude symbol, but you want to select only the following list and just check it. Okay, good. And don't forget to save your work. You know, even when you make a change like that, don't forget to save your work at the end of the day. You know, you can do it. You want to save it to your computer, file, save the layout. You know, and if you want your current layout that you're using to be overwritten, that's fine. Or make sure you save or share to cloud, but make sure you save your work. Or when you file, when you click on file, then exit, it's going to say, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? And then you say yes, and then tomorrow, or whenever you reload Trade Ideas, all your anything you've done will be saved. Actually, it's not on my homepage anymore, William. I took it off, but I do still have it, so I can give it to him. Or backs, bouncers, and toppers, share. Oh, here it is, okay? And then after that, GS, Jerry Renault, then it's just a matter of trial and error. You know, I mean, there's no magic scan that's going to maybe do what you want to do, but you have to, but you know, a little bit of trial and error, put in a price range you want, maybe a minimum volume that you want, a relative volume, you know, just things like that. And then try it with the different time frames. And, you know, when you get an alert, see what it looks like on the chart. Goods. Thank you, Goods. PACW, PACW. I know it had a bounce yesterday, but it's probably short-lived. Yeah, look at this. So it had a bounce yesterday. 431 is the low of yesterday, approximately. I mean, if anybody really believes that all these stocks are out of the Hey, Manuel, well, again, if you take a look at my momentum scan, that's all it's doing. So, I mean, the next step is, I don't want to say that is up to you, but I mean, this is what I'm using. Okay, I mean, you have to figure out the price range you want. You know, in this one, it's 1 in 50, but you may not like that. Maybe you want 10 and 100. You know, and then the current volume, I've put 6, meaning it has, again, this is on my homepage. meaning it's going to have to be trading 6 times normal up to this time of day. Here's my minimum volume of 300,000 shares. Again, that may not be what you want, but all this is, on my homepage. This scan, this momentum scan. So, I mean, the whole thing is, this is the key, though. This is giving it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. It's giving it the momentum. Then I can't tell you what price range you want to trade or minimum volume. And then, do you want to see, okay, if all these filter requirements are met when the stock makes a new high for the day? This is what I like, but you may, a person might like, hey, how about a new 5 minute high or a new 15-minute high, real time? Again, up to you. There's no magic scan, but the idea of trade ideas is you can kind of customize it. I mean, you may not like exactly what you see here, and then you can kind of customize it to your style of trading. But if you want to take this as it is, yeah, just see the sort of alerts you're getting. And again, that momentum scan is on my homepage. Okay, so if you click on that homepage link that I put in there and scroll down to this scan section, and there it is, Momo. Okay, Momo, right there. It's not going to look exactly like this, okay, but it's the general idea. Well, no, I'd say an alert window is you create an alert window to create sort of an event. Here's the event. That's what an alert window does. Here's the event. So if all of these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's the event. A top list window is just ranking. So let me just show you what I mean. If I right click on this biggest gainers from the open race, and I open the top list, and all races are launched from a top list. Before we had races, a top list window was used to, okay, you want to see the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. As long as you had it as a column header, that little C% is the change from the close. If I double left click, quickly, whoops. So I can see that Zila is 124%, has moved 124% compared to yesterday's close. MICS 56%, all the way down whoops, what happened there? Yeah, something got jumbled up here. If I go from the open, oh, I know why. I'm sorry. I was clicking on the open. Sorry. So again, if I want to see the stocks that have moved the most since its opening trade. Okay, so Zila has moved 134% since the opening trade. CYCN is 29%, etc. That's what a top list was used for. I don't think you want to do that though. Okay, this is, I mean, again, this information, maybe it's nice to know, but how are you going to use it to trade? Now, if you want, you can attach but I think that I would start off with an alert window and put some kind of a trigger, like a new high of the day, a new 5-minute high. You can experiment. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we call them symbol lists. I really wish we would call them watch lists, but yeah, we call them symbol lists. That's why I was saying when you right click, configure, And you said you created a symbol list, so there they are, symbol list. I would call them same as a watch list, just a group of symbols in a list, watch list. Well, it's just different. I wouldn't, I mean, if you're looking for real-time alerts, but for instance, here is a symbol list showing me stocks that are at least at a 20-day low. And I've organized it as an example. I've sorted it on the ones that are near the low of the day. That little D with the up arrow and down arrow, that is the position in the day's range. So I have sorted this, so it could be interesting. I could click on GPS as an example, and I look at this and go, wow, this is at the low of the day. Okay, right at the low of the day. Is this something I want to maybe short, or is it in a bounce area? So it's just kind of a different. I'm not, the alert windows are more powerful, I suppose, if you want to see real-time alerts meeting your criteria. But here's Hog. Hog had earnings, I think, last week. So you look at Hog and moving down on the daily chart, moving down on the 15, and then I'd be looking left to see, okay, where could it keep going until it hits so some support, maybe back to a weekly chart. So it's not so much is if one is more powerful than the other. It depends on I love this looking at this list, but these are this is sort of the instant gratification. Okay, telling me look at that Zila, holy smokes! So this actually got up to 770. Here's again, and why I'm bringing up the 20-day low is that I said this before. Look at this market. This is a list of stocks meeting the filter requirements that are at a 20-day low. Look at them all. Here are the stocks at a 20-day high with the same filter requirements, the price range and minimum volume and all that. Look how many more there are making at least 20-day range lows. So these stocks should be at the 20-day and below versus, this is the only two. That's got to give you an idea about what's happening with this market. IEP, what happened to IEP? That was of course, the one that Hindenburg was all over. Boom, 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 all the way down to 28. Yeah, nice pop, actually, I suppose. But well, you have to create, Jerry, you have to create the symbol list. You have to, I should, what I'd like you to do is to go to our guide, okay? And it's going to show you how to create. I thought you said you could create a symbol list. For instance, you just can't take, there's a list of stocks, okay? But you just can't take it, well, I want to attach these stocks to an alert window. No. Okay, you have to create a symbol list. But let me take you to our guide. A moment. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So scroll down until you see the education section. Click here, education section. Okay, and then click on the user guide. Because I could kind of show you, but I don't expect anybody to remember everything I'm talking about. So this is why we have a guide. And if you go to the watch lists, symbol list, I wish we had a call it the same thing, but if you go to watch list, it's going to show you first of all how to create a watch list and then how to attach it. For instance, if you had this, you could copy and paste, all of these symbols if you wanted to into a watch list. But volume leaders is, it's not as far as I know anyway, is not a watch list or a symbol list. You have to create it and then attach it. Now, understand also that if you create a watch list or a symbol list and attach it to your alert window, or let's call it the alert window, you may not get any alerts because maybe nothing is meeting the filter requirements. Right? I mean, I could say, well, I want to create a symbol list and I want these symbols in. So I copy them into the symbol list, I attach it, and then I wait. But remember, you know, all these requirements have to be met and then a new high in this particular case, and there may not be any. Wow, fossil. I remember when this was a high flyer, FOSL. Basically a lifetime low now. Fossil, FOSL. The alert window is real time, yes. It's real time. So all these, well, when I get a new alert here, so Zila, I mean the last alert happened at 2:19. It's now 2:52. So, since 2:19, there has been no stocks meeting the filter requirements that made a new high. But if there was one, I would see it here, right at the top. These are all real-time alerts. And these are ones on the way down, just sort of the flip version of the stocks moving higher. Yeah, the top list, for lack of a better explanation, will update every 30 seconds. Okay. So if you had a top list and you were looking at it, it'll then get updated every 30 seconds. So a stock that you have sorted on, say the change from the open or the change from the close, in 30 seconds, you may get something different at the top because something in 30 seconds has happened. Oh yeah, I mean, if you're looking to take a trade now, Jerry, yeah, I mean, you need to have real-time data. It has to be real time. No point in seeing, if I got an alert here and it was 15-minute delayed, it would be worthless. I mean, I mean, that's what we're good at, giving real-time alerts. Lots of scanners out there, okay? I'm sorry, screeners out there, showing our top list is like a screener. show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me stocks that are doing this, right? But if you want a real-time alert, then that's what we're really good at. The scanning aspect, creating the event, scanning it, and then getting a real-time alert. And we don't know what stocks are gonna see. It doesn't require a symbol list because you don't know ahead of time what stock is going to meet these filter requirements. At the beginning of the day, tomorrow, I have no idea what stocks are going to meet these filter requirements and then make a new high for the day. No idea. Because this is an event. But you can attach, if you only want to see your stocks like a symbol list, if you've got a basket of 20 stocks or 25 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every single day, of course you can do it. You may not get very many alerts because, they have to meet all the filter requirements. Never mind $1,300. How about $22,000? How about let's back this up on a monthly chart. Again, this is adjusted for the reverse split. This is telling you truly. Oh, I thought it was yeah, 150,000 right there. I think 152,000 split adjusted, reverse split adjusted. You know, for Zila. Yeah, do for the gap. I understand when people are new looking at this, it never got to $152,000. But a stock that does a bunch of reverse splits, you know, this is what it would have to get up to before, to get people whole who have been involved, who have had so many reverse splits happen to them, which is not going to happen. I don't see Zila. I don't see Zila. Oh, are you asking me? Are they available? No. Interactive brokers, no. And typically a stock, they did the reverse split yesterday. Typically stocks that do reverse splits with an IB and interactive brokers anyway, typically you're not going to see any shorts available for a bit. And this East just no, I'm sorry, something else happened. I trying to remember I had a symbol. Oh, no, Zila made another new high. So you see what I'm saying? So Zila made a new high at 257. 257. And the price was 788. But look what it did. So it got up there and then it pulled right back down. But at 257, which is, basically now, that's how quickly it moved. It moved up to 788 and then it just went right back down to 687 right now. That's why these are very, very, you got to be very careful with when it's a low float situation. Oh, Michael, no idea why oil is getting killed. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, economy slowing down. I don't know, but you should be able to tell me because you're the oil expert. That's all you do is I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You're the one who trades oil all the time or oil stocks. I'm not a macro guy though, so I mean, typically oil stocks going down means this, there's either a glut of oil on the market or just not no demand. The demand is waning. Please. Guys, I have to take a little break here. Time is it right now? We'll be back around 3:10. Okay. The room would be shut down around 3:20, but I have to take a little bit of a break. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back. I thought our cat had escaped. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't count APLD out. I really wouldn't, I mean, if it gets back up to the highs of the day, which is around 6, it could be very interesting to see this one tomorrow, the APLD. Based on that news. And if you missed the news, it's having a problem. Some Would I be today displaying my news? Some. But yeah, secured its first major AI customer with an agreement worth, you know what, guys? Here's the key word, up, or two keywords, up to 180 million dollars over 2 years, up to. So we really don't know what the value of this contract is. I mean, yeah, it could be 180, could be 5 million. I mean, I'm not trying to be too negative on this, but up to 180 million. I'm gonna laugh. You're right. I'm gonna laugh. Tank. That's funny. Okay, guys, just one last look at my homepage and all, and I just want to again make sure people understand that there is a test drive coming up where you can try us out. It'll start, well, you're going to see right in the link, you'll see the dates. Okay, so when you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. You will see right here. So again, please listen carefully. If you sign up now, you are pre-registering. Okay, you are pre-registering. and it starts on the 5th. These are fixed days. It'll go from the 5th. This is, yeah, I'm sorry, June the 5th through the 20th. Okay. June the 5th through the 20th. And it'll cost $11.11. That is 10 trading days. June the 5th, this is inclusive. June the 5th inclusive, to the 20th inclusive. So the only thing you won't be able to do, you will not be able to auto trade anything. Okay, not your own strategies and certainly not the AI. Otherwise, you have full access to the premium service. But so few of our customers auto trade anyway, that just shouldn't be a big deal. Okay, now again, listen carefully. When you sign up, if you sign up today, you're pre-registering, so you're not getting data and live data until the 5th. That is a Monday. You will have access to the program though about an hour after the market close on the Friday before. So that is the 2nd. So about an hour after the market closes, you'll have access to the program. You can play around with it, or for the balance of Friday, and then of course on Saturday and Sunday to get ready for the test drive. Okay. And once the test drive is over, it's over. And I say it like that because people ask all the time, well, what happens when it's over? Do you put me into a subscription? No, no, no. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. If you want to take out a subscription after, great. Well, we're going to have a nice promo for you, but there's no we don't put you into a subscription. Okay. You can, yeah, Terry, Trader Tim, you cannot make custom alerts, only custom filters. Just one moment, please. Hey guys, I'm back. So that's the test drive link. And, I mean, I would take advantage of it. We don't do it very often. We used to do it 4 times a year, every quarter, but we have not been doing it as frequently. So if you thought at all that you'd like to try us out, for if you can afford $11.11, then you can try us out. Hmm. I think I accidentally shut down the room. Oh, no, I didn't. No, here you guys are. All right, go. Well, here you go, guys. APLD. If this takes out the high of the day, this could have a little rocket ship ending. APLD takes out the high of the day, which is around 6. Could have a rocket ship into the close. Could be a rocket ship into the close. Not a low float though. 53 million. Not a crazy low float. Not high, but not low. All right, guys, time is it now? 3:09. So I'll have this room open for another 10 minutes or so. So could have any questions? Ask away. Don't be shy. Shoot, you know what I forgot to keep an eye on was beam. Talking about this beam and it broke down through the 200 through the VWAP 1140. Shoot, I was talking about that. See what it would do at the VWAP. You know, it had the nice bounce through the VWAP, and then it was sort of at the VWAP for a while, and now is broken down below it. And we have another get halted here. Oh, OMH what halted on the way up, sort of. ATLX high of the day. I don't think I've seen that one all day. ATLX. ATLX. Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen this one. I know why. Most of my filters or scans have a higher relative volume, so that's why it would never show up here in the momentum up. Doesn't make it bad, but yeah, little nice little pop here. Some volume came in. Not an earnings play. Let's take a look left. Boy, got hammered. Well, I don't know when earnings were, but got didn't have a great couple of days. I sort of remember something happening, but this is the last. Boy, this went from 45 down to sort of remember down to 14. Yikes! And the next high looking left is 2669. So a little bit of room, little bit, but there is I mean, I can't remember what happened here. You heard my answer, right, Trader Tim? About is there a way to make custom alerts or only custom filters? You heard my answer, hopefully. A ma'am, I remember a ma'am. So this is now that week, it got up to 1307. So it's a little bit above that now. This is one of the very okay, good. Just wanted to make sure, Trader. Look at this. This is the only one making this list, the 20-day range high. Only one. So there's the high over here, 1307. Another one making it all. Boy, look at this one. KRC, this is an all-time low. KRC, all-time low now. Yeah, there's OMH now crashing, well, crashing, but I mean, resuming, but moving down. As long as they all understand, there was no reason for this to happen. No, there was no reason for OMH. Well, okay. So I guess I wasn't here yesterday, of course, but rallied company announced it signed an MOU for the potential acquisition of a leading tech-enabled property management company in Singapore. Okay, so I don't know if that was the news yesterday, but look, there's no reason for it to have on that news. But remember, it doesn't matter what we think. You get traders around the world see a stock with momentum, and you just got to hope you're not the last one in. That's all. So that was the news today, so not yesterday. Okay. Well, maybe there was a advance notice that they were going to release that news. Ah, okay. By Bleecker Street. Okay. Another one. I don't think I've ever seen Bleecker Street before, but they obviously did a heck of a job. Whatever report they came out with. Oh, a TLX. Yeah, whatever report they came out with sure damaged the heck out of this stock. $44 down to, I don't recall. That AI still hanging around the VWAP. AI hanging around the VWAP still 2382, just messy, up down, up down, up down, right around the VWAP for a long time. All right, guys. Well, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will begin the process of shutting down the room. So we'll stick around if there's some questions, but otherwise I'll shut the room down. Okay, I don't see any questions, so I think I'll shut the room down now. Okay, so I will shut the room down right now. Thank you for all the help today. And I'll open the main room will be open before 8 o'clock, around, well, no later than 8 o'clock. So from 8 to 9, you can talk, converse with each other. I'll get on the mic at 9 in both our YouTube and the main room. So have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. CVI, I don't know. Did it pay a $10 dividend, CVI? No idea. I can't see any news on it, Michael. I can't see any. I can't see any news on paying a 1043 a share dividend. It's possible, but I don't see any news. Doesn't mean it didn't happen, but I don't see any, certainly not today. I don't see any news and I don't see anything. Well, announces a quarterly dividend. That was on the 8th with a catch. So I don't know. Yeah, I only see a quarterly dividend of 50 cents. So, but so I don't know, Michael. Okay, guys, now I'm going to shut down YouTube. So the same thing. We'll see you guys tomorrow.